And welcome in, folks. Good afternoon. Good Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday afternoon. I hope people are doing well. Those I haven't seen since last week, happy new week. Um, those who were hanging out last night, watching me play a little bit of Moonring very badly as usual. Thanks for the hangouts. And today we're back to it. We're back to our usual, or my particular brand of hyperfocus, which is, of course, the Titterpigs, Taterpugs, the TTRPGs. And we're continuing our deep dive into Fabula Ultima, the TTJRPG, which so far we've really enjoyed. And we haven't even gotten properly to like the character classes, character creation, or anything like that. I think we saw the basic mechanics of how things go, and we're fairly pleased with them. We've seen the basics of the game, the world, etc., but we really haven't dove deep. We haven't seen how advancement really works or anything like that. So I'm excited to dive into all of those. But before I even get there, I did get a little something in the mail yesterday that I feel the need to show off, and also because I figured out. Hi, Kat. Do you want to say hi to the people? You can. I can bring you. Come here. Come on. Look at that. That's a whole lap just for you. Don't you want to be on that lap? You do. Yeah, come on. No? I'm trying, folks. I'm trying to get her to be on camera. Come on, sweetheart. You can do it. I believe in you. You come on. Just right there, like she is right here. Come on, just a little closer, a little closer. Come on, sweetheart. Oh my God, she knows exactly where to stand, so she's not in camera, which is admirable, absolutely admirable, honestly. But at the same time, that means that when I do want her to show up on camera, which is like now. I'm sorry, sweetie. I almost feel like I fooled you. I got you to trust me to get on my lap, and then I hold you up so you're here. And I did take advantage of your. You have the one. Well, okay, you've got like 2 brain cells, not even 1. You're not orange at least. But I did take advantage. I distracted 1 brain cell, and then the other one couldn't escape. You look like you're having. You've seen things. She has seen things. Anyway, look, your subjects, they say hello. I'm going to put you down now. All right. So, folks, I did get a little gift in the mail. And also, before I switch over to show you a little gift, which I bought myself back when I had money. Those were the days. Those wild days when I had money that I could spend on Kickstarters. So it took a while, but it finally arrived. But my vengeance will be great and expected. Yes, it will. I figured out that there's in fact a way. Apparently, it's been out for a little while, and I just hadn't figured it out yet. NVIDIA released like the NVIDIA broadcast stuff, so it can be built directly into OBS. I had originally thought that it was just going to be included in OBS, which meant, hopefully we can get that to work in Linux then, which would allow me to try this from Linux. Hey, friend. Hey, CES 2025 last night. Wait. No, this is not news from CES 2025, although, okay, so apparently there's news from CES regarding this. I mean, I had heard that OBS was going to get this built in, but before that, you could install the specific components, so the video components or the audio components of a video broadcast, in such a way that they show up as filters within OBS. What this means for the non-OBS speakers or in the chat is that I can basically do this. I now have a button that I can just turn my background on or off, and just as nicely, it means that if I, for example, switch over to the game screen, it automatically, which actually I should just take the opportunity here to put the app, here we go, and there we go. So we're ready to go when it's time for this now, but then I can switch back and my background is back, and it's immediate, it's seamless, dope as fuck. But also then if I switch over here to the overhead so I can show you what I got in the mail yesterday, there's this little camera, and this little camera is also separately getting the NVIDIA broadcast. So you can see this is not such a high quality camera as the one I usually use for my main one, but I got to apply the NVIDIA broadcast blur filters, which I think is a little strong on this one. I'm probably gonna tweak that out. But look, this Triangle Agency, the normal briefcase collection. Oof, it's a heavy boy. There we go. It looks like a little briefcase. It was a perfectly normal briefcase, right? Um, oh boy, heavy. Um, Triangle Agency is a table. How does this look? Well, okay, cool. I just want to make sure that the reflection up here is not too bad. Um, Tabletop role playing game, an exciting new job opportunity for humans like you. Investigate supernatural anomalies, wield tremendous power, and take advantage of our comprehensive life insurance benefits, all from the comfort of your favorite table. The contents of this box cover an agent's entire career, from signing bonus to mandatory retirement. The full rulebook, a book of 12 missions, a personal character organizer, and all dice required to play. With this collection, you'll be the best equipped agent on the team. And we'll have once we open it up, right? The book itself, a book of missions, a character organizer, 6 four-sided dice, and 5 secret dice. And the secret dice are dope as fuck, by the way. Anyway, so there's all of this, which is dope, and it's got little bits of oof, again heavy, little like stickers and art and stuff. I love this. And then inside, once you actually open it, so we've got. So first of all, it basically functions as a little GM screen, right? So you've got like the simple parts of how the system works. Not that I understand any of this yet. It's like roll 64. If you rolled at least three threes, if you did not, okay, if you did not roll three threes, then quantify. That means you succeeded. Quantify your success. So if you got one. Okay, three threes doesn't count because it's its own thing. It's a trisentence. But depending on how many threes you get on your four-sided dice determines how this all means, how much chaos gets generated, apparently. The worse you roll, the more chaos, and then we get quality assurances, burnout, and whatnot. But also, if you get a trisentence, the roll successful creates no chaos, and you choose one. All hands circle. Okay, so anyway, mechanics. I'm trying not to dive into it yet because it's not today's game, but soon. But I needed to show this off because this is gorgeous. This is beautiful. I love it. By the way, what's chat doing? Okay, nothing from chat. Good. That's the one downside to this. Actually, wait, no, I have a way. Ground control. I haven't started you yet on this machine. Are you going to be good to me? Let's find out. Ground control gets real. Oh, new version is available. Well, maybe that new version will be good because it's been needing that update for a while, or not. Okay, looks like we're here. Looks like we're connected. Now at least I can kind of, if I see chat moving from the corner of my eye, I can respond. Anyway, we got the character. Here we go. Character organizer, right? So we've got, I guess, basically the character sheets. So you got welcome agent, and you've got some questions to answer, work-life balance, whatever all of this stuff is. There's a lot to fill out. But this is also, I think, because, it's like as you grow. And then your relationships, your decisions, and work life. So more stuff for you to, so reality, competency, and anomaly abilities. So that's all dope. So we'll get more into that hopefully soon. Network relationships. Okay, so this is just like to keep more track, and then just random tracks of stuff to keep, notes, and then there we go. The next one, welcome agent, work-life balance, yada yada. So your stats. Anyway, so all that, right. And then we got little bits of things to keep things safe. I'm gonna show you the whole thing. Yes, you don't get to. Yeah, this is just how this works. It's my channel. I can do this. So this is the vault. Missions for Triangle Agency. Look at that. 12 designers, 12 missions, 6 murder suspects, 3 pirate captains, 10,000 rats, all you can eat pizza, and 1 weird dog. Welcome to Turnion City, home of Triangle Agency's flagship office. Your assignments are just beyond the door. So adventures. No, I won't. I actually will not. But I'll check out this art. I'm so excited to go through this game. But this book I will not be going through with folks because, spoilers, I fully intend to, if at all possible, if once we go through this system, it lives up in any way to the hype, I want to run this for Fandible. P.S. Fandible.com. But yeah, I want to run this for the crew. I don't know if I'm going to get to run it for the full crew, so it's probably going to be a Dave Jesus and Dan production with occasional cameos from Billy and or Angela, kind of like the Technocracy games have been for Dave. So this is my version. This is what I want to run. This is my Technocracy. It's very, for those of you who don't know, here's the description. Triangle Agency is a tabletop role-playing game and exciting new job opportunity for humans like you. It's basically the same thing that was in the back of the box. Investigate supernatural anomalies, wield tremendous power, take advantage of our comprehensive life insurance benefits. So it's basically first job of the rest of your life. The most Here we go. This book includes everything necessary for you and a group of friends to experience the chilling horror, wacky comedy, and emotional truth that can only come from working for reality's most trustworthy corporation, 333 years running. Welcome to the first job of the rest of your life. Haunted Table Games. Now this book, I'm excited. Look at all this art. This is just general badassery, and I am here for it. Think SCP. Think the video game Control. Think what's this author? Scalzi's agency. I forget the God damn it, I'm forgetting the name of the what is it? The Laundry. John Scalzi's The Laundry books. Which is also, coincidentally or not, one of Fandible's first ever games and one of Fandible's first ever character deaths, I believe. So I'm so excited to dive into this. I had been waiting for this game to arrive for a long time. I saw that some first versions were arriving when like around Christmas, and then New Year's and Christmas and all that stuff happened, and I couldn't do it, right? Because well, rather they couldn't do it because the holidays and shipping just goes nuts during that time. So it took a little while for mine to arrive, which made me sad, but now it has arrived, which makes me happy. This is the kind of hard-hitting tabletop RPG journalism you can expect from this channel. Before we move on, though, check out these dice. So we've got the six-siders. So this is what you're always rolling. So apparently every roll is always, this is what you're rolling. A handful of 4d6s. Actually, can we get a different, because I think they're getting lost in this background. As cool as that back, I don't know if that's any better, but sure. Anyway, that's what you're rolling. So for example, I got 4 3s. So that would have been according to this, a 2 chaos generated success. And if I roll, so apparently you succeed very often. You just generate a lot of chaos based on this. And then we do another one. Ooh, what do we get? 1, 2, and 3. Yes. So we got a Triscendence. Roll successful, creates no chaos, and you choose one. Add any number of 3s to this roll. So if I wanted to, I can just go, okay, 1, 2, and 3, basically. Just make it that. Or circle back, replenish any 3 spent quality. Okay, so that's points that we'll get. Oh, so quality assurances apparently let you kind of like add a 3. Like basically, see this here? Like basically flip it and you got a 3. Oh, I like the physicality of that. Or employee of the moment received 3 commendations. Okay, so that's stuff we'll need to know. But also, we're not using only D4s on this one. We are also using secret dice, which we've got a D20, which is kind of, looks vaguely like a deceased lump of congealed gore. So does the D8, right? And then we've got some more scary ones over here. We've got, we'll take them in order. First, we've got this little D6, which is, I don't know if it's, I think it is. I'm not sure if it's got like a little iridescent thing, which I am unsure if it actually moves. I think it does. Yeah, I think it does ever so slightly. So it is full of some kind of slowly flowing iridescence. Again, not sure how or if that is even coming through on camera. Let's get that down. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Okay. So it's got like an opalescence. Yeah, there's a hidden opalescence within it, which is cool. And then we've got the D10. D10 also appears to. Oh, there we go. There we go. D10 also has like a hidden opalescence. And then we've got one last die that I need to show you, and that is the D12. The D12, oh, here we go. D12 is looking right back at you. It's got a little eye inside, always pointing, looking up at you. So I'm sure that's nothing to worry about. I'm sure that is absolutely nothing to be concerned about. But these are the secret dice that apparently will be unlocked during play, and I'm excited to see what those are and what they do. But hell yeah, this looks like a hey King Pine Martin, welcome King Pine Martin. Sorry, read that wrong the first time. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the channel, friend. So that was a quick preview of Triangle Agency. We're gonna be taking a closer look at this later on. But today we're going back because, as tempted as I was to make this a Triangle Agency stream, as soon as I got the box yesterday, I was like, no, I finish what you started, Dan. Finish what you started. And what we started doing was, back to this camera, right? What we started doing is, hello, is moving in. I'm doing well, King Pine. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing as well too. We are welcome to the channel. We are just talking tabletop RPGs as I tend to do. And today, what we're actually supposed to be doing, the screen I wanted to go to was here we go. So we've been looking at Fabula Ultima. Unfortunately, unlike Triangle Agency over there, I don't have the physical text. I have the PDFs. I purchased the PDFs. I do want to buy the physical books when I get a chance. I just haven't found it at my friendly local game store. So I'm hoping when I see it. Also, it's expensive. Hi, Kitty. Hi. Are we back? What is it? Why do we need so much attention today, sweetheart? Okay. Well, here, King Pine. Oh, there we go. King Pine, welcome. Meet my cat. She occasionally says hello. I'm running session 0 for that game. For which game? Fabula or Triangle? I'm assuming Fabula. Because we've been looking at Fabula. I mean, whichever one, let me know. I'm excited for both. But today, we're continuing on our deep dive with Fabula. Okay, yeah, fuck yeah, Fabula Ultima. Yeah, I'm real excited. Like I said, I've never played it, unfortunately. Haven't had the pleasure. And this is my first time going through the book. She is lovely. She is lovely. She is also a rescue and still has a little bit of the alley cat in her. And I love her for it. I absolutely love her for it. And she's just being... I would say it's because it's cold out. Welcome to New York City, where it's fucking cold. But no, it's super. The apartment is nice and warm today, thankfully. So I don't know why she's just being extra clingy. Anyway, back to it. So we've been looking. This is not, unfortunately, our first dive. It's my first look through the book, but it's we have been looking at it for the past few streams. Last week, we just got back to it. So this is about as far as we've gotten in the book. We've gotten to chapter 2. And the game rules and damage types. So far, though, everything I've seen, I've really liked. And I'm excited because I want to be able to run this for my friends in my group. So any questions, let me know. Yeah, no, appreciate that. No, it really is. Like, so far, I haven't really seen anything that's crazy, that's going to take a lot of, like, calculating or stuff. Like, it makes sense, especially if you've played a JRPG. I think I mentioned this in previous streams a few times. Like, it really does an excellent job of sort of bringing that JRPG experience and even the sort of the JRPG interface in a weird sort of way into the tabletop RPG, which I was really pleased by because it does it in a great way. And I know the game. See, like, for example, yeah, the various examples of how the stats are. Like, this is really simple. There's literally 4 stats, and every roll is combine 2 of them. And yeah, this is the kind of stuff that will come naturally after a while. Especially like if you've ever played much more complex systems like World of Darkness, where it's usually stat plus attribute. That's a lot of systems are some version of stat plus attribute, and they'll have like World of Darkness has like 9 attributes. And then, sorry, not stat, sorry, as attribute plus skill. That's what I was trying to say. And World of Darkness has like 9 different attributes and dozens of skills, and so do a lot of other games, right? And in this one, you have to figure out the combinations. Like, oh, I'm using Dex plus Stealth on this one, or am I using actually Charisma plus Manipulation? No, not Manipulation. Manipulation is another thing. Charisma plus Politics, or something like that. You have to figure out, you're basically doing the same thing, except here it's a lot more simplified. It's just the attributes. It makes sense. It's your character's innate attributes, what they're doing. Yeah, everything else is very straightforward. So yeah, systems-wise, super happy with it, definitely. I like that whole inventory point system. I like the consequences. I like how combat goes. Again, it makes sense plot-wise, resting. And so we are the one thing that I really like is this whole bond thing, and how it's pretty, again, just like most of the game, pretty straightforward, which I love. It's not like, it's just, you do a resting scene, you do one of these following, pretty straightforward. Yes, you can describe how and why, but it doesn't require that much from the players. They could just kind of flow naturally from whatever the gameplay has been. I'm huge. Yeah, exactly. The bond system, especially how that works, how you can constantly building them, and not just negative bonds and positive bonds back and forth, and how all of them can serve to empower your character. Big fan, honestly. Like, out of a lot of the games that I've played, actually, did I add this? I don't think I have. I'm gonna press a button. Yes, there we go. I didn't realize I would appear right above me. Can I put him? Wait a minute. Give me a second. Can I put him? I'm gonna make Dan show up again. Yeah, I'm gonna move him because I think he should be here. Yeah, there we go. So that next time, something is going to be awesome. I can just have him just like. I mean, I could do the entire review like this, just constantly. That's it. Just like flip one page, flip next page, and do that again. But I'm not. Smear the motion so it looks like a Windows 98 window glitch. I mean, I could do more. The only thing I haven't fixed, by the way, King Pine, if I apologize that you didn't get an on-screen like blurb or celebration or anything when you followed me. I had those. They are still currently broken. I have not fixed them, even though I've done all this other stuff like being able to. Oh, here we go. Jeez, Dan, you have the buttons. You know how to use them. Use the buttons. Okay, so like I can make my background go like with just a flick of a button and stuff. I did some other good stuff. I keep forgetting about the notifications for follows. But hey, you got a personal thanks from me directly, so it'll do. It'll have to do. Anyway, yes. Okay, big fan of all of this. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Big fan of the bonds. They can have true. Wait. Okay, good. I was gonna say I hope that one's working. Thanks for the redeem potato. All right. So, and then this is where we left off. So we have damage types, which is, especially for a JRPG based game, critical, right? Most JRPGs. I mean, wet my whistle. Like a lot of games, not all the games, but a lot of table RPGs. Right, they'll have some variation of damage types. They go like maybe like slashing, bashing. D&D has a lot. But others might not have like World of Darkness. World of Darkness is like bashing, lethal, and aggravated, and that's it. And sure, damage can come from different sources. You can come from fire damage or whatever, but it's not like a damage type, right? This one, full on damage types. I know you haven't gotten to them yet, but the way the classes work are also another highlight for the system. They're simple by themselves, so the way they can combine. I'm so excited for that. I'm so excited. I've had a couple of people already tell me that once I see how the character classes go, I'm gonna flip my lid again. So far, I'm ready to like start playing this right now, and I haven't even looked at the character classes. And I'm the kind of player that tends to fall in love with a game because of the character classes. Like the setting a lot of games, the setting I can leave it or take it. There's some games where the setting I'm in love with, like Invisible Sun. I love the setting for that game. But setting I can leave or take. Systems, I appreciate and love a good simple system, or a good, complicated but intuitive system. But again, I'm not a systems guy that despite the fact that I do 4 hour streams on a near daily basis talking about tabletop RPG systems, I actually don't care that much specifically about the system when I'm learning to play a game. I want to learn the system, but I won't play a game because or despite the system unless it's just absolutely egregious or it's a system that it's like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever, right? Usually when I look at a tabletop RPG, the first thing I go for is the character classes. That's how you're gonna hook me. That's like, what cool thing can I play in this game? What awesome person can I pretend to be to make myself feel better about the fact that I'm just some dude in real life, right? This game, I'm basically at that point of like, like take money, roll dice, do thing right now. So excited to play this, and I haven't even gotten to the character classes. This is why, despite the fact that, just to show off again a moment, despite having this just arrived, and my desire to really dive into Triangle Initiates, but uh, but
Yes, you all.
hey, I don't know why. Okay, something got semi-triggered. I was pending, I guess. Anyway, point is, I need to finish. I need to go on with Fabula Ultima. This is making me too happy to leave it half done, especially since I fully intend to try and run a game of this once I feel familiar enough with the system. And honestly, the system's the least of my worries now that I've gotten kind of used to it. Anyway, for enough background, enough kind of setting the scene. Let us get into the nitty and or gritty. So we got a whole bunch of damage types. And I like that there's a little definition. There's a physical, air, supernatural wind, sky monsters, lightning, electricity, dark, undead and life destroying, earth, supernatural tremors, air spirits, fire, flames, magma, intense heat, ice, light, and poison. Ooh, light is caused by pure and untainted spiritual energy. Nice. Okay, poison, infections, and pollution. Damage affinity. Some creatures. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. Vulnerability, resistance, immunity, or absorption. And I remember we saw that very cool, that Fabula point thing, where if you, which I think it's an optional rule, but it's one that I will let players use. Which is if they have immunity or absorption to a damage type, they'll get like a point, which is great. Let's see, extra damage. Some games effects as you deal extra damage. Effects do not apply to attacks or spells that deal no damage, and only those that. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's see. Note: poison damage and poisoned are two separate things, and poison damage does not always cause poisoned. Good to note. Good to note. Because that's gonna be one of those, like, intuitively you're gonna think, oh, I got hit with poison damage, so I am now poisoned. But it's like poison is a type of damage which in some cases may cause the poisoned status, or certain things might just give you the poisoned status without initially causing poison damage. Yeah, no, I get it. But that's a good catch, because that's an easy I can see that easily becoming a sort of a point of confusion. So thanks for that one, very much appreciated. Let's see, extra damage. Okay, change damage types. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. There are certain different things. We'll change the damage type of a weapon. That's straightforward. Improvising damage. Okay, so I like this. There's some basic guidelines for when a character does something that is not necessarily just attack with my weapon or use this specific power, but like, no, I knock out the wooden pillar holding this wall and it collapses on top of the enemy. How much damage is the enemy type? Hey, I did not mean to do that. There we go. We got some guidance. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that was an example, being buried under a pile of debris. There we go. And then source damage is trapped and hazards, cannot kill the character unless they choose to sacrifice themselves. Pretty straightforward. Let's go. Status effects. Okay, here we go. Here's our thing. My players made that mistake the first time we played, and it's really easy to make. Yeah, no. I really appreciate that, because that is it sounds like very much a kind of like first time player, first time running kind of mistake. So good to learn a little bit from experience of others, honestly. All right. So okay, and again, the status effects, which it's nice to have the description, but I already kind of gave it a woo when I saw the Is it up here? No, it's not up here because I'm thinking. Oh, went too far. Here we go. I'm thinking of the start playing, which, by the way, I'm sure you have, but if you haven't seen the press play, not the press play section of this book, but the separate like press play intro adventure. I really enjoyed that. It does a great job of like educating you for like the basics, and I really gave it really gave it a woo or a 3 because of the fact that it literally emulates how a tutorial in a JRPG actually runs, with actually kind of like locking you out of certain sections of your quote-unquote interface while you're still learning certain things. I had a lot of fun with that. And so, yeah, I saw the character sheet, and the character sheet itself made this so simple and so obvious because, shaken applies to willpower. Poison, minor will. Yeah, like the things are right there. Very beautiful design. I love me a good, clever character sheet design. Cumulative status effects. Different status effects that influence the same attribute will stack. For instance, being both dazed and enraged reduces your insight die size by 2, but your dash is going to be reduced under d6. I think we knew that already. How to rest, immunity. All right, I just realized that my... Oh, wait. The one thing about this screen is that I don't have the background music. I just realized. Give me just a second. Let me do this here. I thought we already had one. Sorry. Application audio capture. There we go. There we go. Now we've got... Okay, let me know, by the way, if the background music is too high or too low or, or bothersome or whatever. But I figure it's better than just having raw silence when I shut up. All right, there we go. Better. Now, status effect. Okay, let's see. We do pay attention to the red boxes because it's new stuff. The 6 status effects are an abstract representation of characters' diminished abilities. Poison can represent being drunk or sick. Shaken might be caused by fear, hallucinations. Slow can come from ice magic, as well as especially sticky ooze, and so on. Many other afflictions. That's like it is a good... Okay, excellent. Thank you for letting me know. Because I have it relatively... Well, not super high, actually. I should turn it down just a little on my headphones. There we go. But I want to make sure that I'm not, drowning myself out or blowing out anybody's ears. The levels on OBS help keep me, give me an indication. But all right. Okay, many other afflictions could be treated as their own status effects, such as being asleep or petrified. However, these are not status effects and behave in a different way. Instead of reducing a character's game statistics, they affect the way the character can act within the game world. Petrified creatures, for example, will be unable to act. When dealing with similar effects, rely on logic and on what makes sense given the circumstances, unless established by the game rules. Okay, there's all good guidance, makes sense, nice for the clarification. Fabula points. We love us a good in-game system currency. Fabula points, character creation, you start with 3, gain, so you gain 1 if you have no when you start. Whenever you fumble, you gain 1. Whenever a villain makes an entrance, you gain 1. If there's multiple villains, you gain multiple Fabula points, which I dig. Whenever you reduce to 0 and lose a surrender, another 2 Fabula points. And bonds and traits. Then also, and again, there are a few optional rules. So one thing that I've brought up on previous streams is that I approach systems. I have friends. Despite the fact that I spend hours a day yelling about tabletop RPGs on the internet, I have friends that I play the games with, and one of them, my dear and beloved friend Dave, rolls worse than anyone I've ever met in my whole life. He is. I do not believe in the real world, unfortunately, as much as I want to believe. I generally do not believe in magic or curses or the supernatural. My friend Dave is supernaturally cursed. I am convinced that this is a supernatural force that is haunting him and will haunt his descendants. Anyway, he rolls poorly. He rolls very poorly. And so I approach most games from the point of view of like, all right, cool that if I roll a success, I get to do a cool thing, and if I roll a crit success, I do a very cool thing. Awesome. You've met the bar of what I want to do, what I want from a tabletop RPG. Now, what if I'm Dave, right? What if I suck at rolling? What if I roll poorly basically all the time? What if I am, in fact, supernaturally cursed? How bad of a time am I going to have at this game? Because there are games where if you continuously roll shittily, it sucks to be you. You are not going to have fun. The game does not account for you having that level of bad luck. So I like that. So for systems like that, I interrogate them a little. It's like, what happens? How will this game play if I get lots of bad rolls? What are you giving me? What opportunities are there for me to still somehow have fun? I'm not saying that players should always succeed at everything, of course not. But for those players who just cannot succeed, that just the RNG refuses to save them, how does your game account for that, if at all possible? And I get it, some systems just don't account for that. But so far, lots of opportunities for you to get Fabula points, and Fabula points are good. Fabula points let you alter things, let you invoke bonds, let you re-roll, and stuff like that. There's also skills that'll do them, and there's a decent amount of, like, anytime you roll a fumble, you get one, which is fine. It's just fine, but fumbles are not super common. So the game gives me that ability. The problem is, like, it'll be for the whole party. So if I bring in a villain, everybody's getting a Fabula point, which I'm not opposed to, right? But that player who is rolling poorly is going to have fewer Fabula points, which is fine, right? Normal. But, like, the point is, I want to see that the system can still provide somebody who is consistently rolling poorly with the ability to still enjoy themselves. And I think the Fabula point system, again, until I play, I won't know 100%, but I think this feels good. The only thing I would do at my table specifically is use some of the optional rules that I saw previously, that the game gives you for that. Like, for example, that if you are hit with a damage type that you can absorb or are immune to, I think that'll give you a Fabula point, and a couple other optional rules. Basically, little opportunities for me to, hey, sneak that player a few extra points so that they have more opportunities, right? They have the resources to be able to, like, despite their dice roll, still be an effective character. So we'll see how that goes for the rest of the system. So far, though, I think it feels well balanced in a good way. It feels, well, I mean, yes, obviously in a good way if it's well balanced. Dan. But it feels well balanced in that specific sense, I think. From a vibes standpoint, it seems that way. Let's see as we go to the game. Also, we'll see once we look at the character classes, if there are character classes and if there are abilities from each character class that will let you, like, for example, there's a particular character class where, like, despite rolling poorly, you still have something that you can still do, that you can still assist or everything like that. Then cool. Hopefully, we'll see. All right. So yeah, we kind of already know all this stuff. This is all good. Let's see. Red box. Fabula points act as the core engine of the game. They work both as a mechanical and narrative currency. The more hardships and defeat you face, the more Fabula points you earn. The more you spend them to overcome obstacles and challenges, the faster your character grows. In a way, Fabula points represent the cycle of fate surrounding the protagonist of the story. They gather resolve from defeat, channel that resolve through the traits and bonds to make them who they are, and grow stronger for that, only to be faced with even greater adversities. When you were talking about the immunity of absorbing corruption, was another metagame currency called superiority points. You're right. Thank you. Yes. You are correct. It only has effects in battle. Yes, you're correct about that. What I'm saying, I'm looking for opportunities to do that. For example, in combat, I would probably use that, especially since superiority points, from what they say in the book, is more for the benefit of the players than the monster. Like it'll give the players an edge slightly more often. So you're correct. You're correct. Thank you for that. But yeah, point is, like, I will look for opportunities for that. For that kind of player. That said, if it becomes a problem, right? If it becomes a problem. But even with that, even just as it is right now, I feel like it's probably gonna have a decent effect. And also, yes. So I mean, I do like my table. Most of the games we play are very theater of the mind combat. But the rare times that we play something that lets us use minis and a map and stuff like D&D, like Savage Worlds, stuff like that, we enjoy it. We enjoy it without getting like full wargaming on it. Although one of our players, Jesus, he does love his wargaming, right? He actually does. Well, I don't think he's ever. Jesus, I know you're not watching, but if you were, but you're not because you're at work and you're gainfully employed, unlike me, good for you, buddy. I don't think he plays Warhammer. He hasn't actually Warhammered. He hasn't hammered the war yet, but he's a big fan of it. So we do care a little bit about tactical combat, but we don't need to dive into it, especially since, for those of you who don't know, I am part of a podcast, a very long-running podcast. We've been running for like 15 plus years now, called Fabula. There we go. It's on the chat now. Fabula, the longest running actual play podcast nobody's ever freaking heard of, and I can't blame them. Anyway, since a lot of the time we're playing for the podcast, we don't do video actual plays normally. It's just the audio, so we don't usually bother a lot with like the full mini tactical thing, because it doesn't always translate well to audio. But a level of tacticality is good, and for this I think I like it because it makes it so there's an extra level of tacticality to the otherwise fairly straightforward and simple JRPG style system. And again, it gives anything that gives the players a few more sort of like bits and bobs to play with. I'm usually in favor of. So yeah. I appreciate it. But thank you for the heads up on that, though. Hey, Phoenix, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hope the day and everything else finds you well. All right, so there's some guidance on how to alter the story with Fabula points. We're gonna kind of skip over this, but we do get the idea. I mean, it's again very similar to sort of fate points and such from other games. This is just good guidance, just from scanning it for like people who haven't really done that before, who are not used to giving their players some level of narrative control as well. Okay, villains. So we already kind of saw what villains are from the Start Playing supplement. Yeah, without a lot of extra optional rules, complexity in combat is more on the GM to make interesting fights. Exactly. And yeah, that's part of it. Giving the players a few bits and bobs more can increase the complexity of the combat a little, but it also, in a weird sort of way, takes a little off of the GM, because now the system itself is doing part of the job of kind of keeping the players engaged. There's a sweet spot of crunch, I think. And it's a hard one to hit, but there's a sweet spot of crunch where there is just enough crunch that the players are kind of into the system and are like looking, checking out like, what can I roll and what bonus can I add to this roll and what effect can I apply and what skill or ability can I put into this roll to add a modifier, what's in the scene that I can use, stuff like that. Because it's got mechanical benefits. It's going to give me a +1 to that roll. It's going to let me re-roll. It's going to give me an extra die or whatever it is. It's going to give me a Fabula point. It's going to give me something. And that is, to a point, for a GM, for a guide, for Dungeon Master, storyteller, that's a little bit of work that I don't have to do to keep the players tuned into the game, because they're invested in the results of this action mechanically, and while that is a separate investment from being invested roleplay wise into the scene. Reaction type actions, yes, Phoenix, excellent. Yes, stuff like that where you're like, this happened, you're like, wait, according to my character has this thing. It's like, yeah, it takes off, go for it, roll it. I love those moments, right? And players usually tend to do too. And it is like, again, an investment. It's like, okay, wait, I have a thing, so it pays. It's worth it for me to pay attention to what's happening in combat on rounds that are not my own round. I'm sure if you play D&D, it's probably happened at some point where, and I think D&D almost goes over that line. I think D&D 5e goes over the crunch line just a tad. It's not like Pathfinder, where Pathfinder, look, I love Pathfinder, but Pathfinder combat, I can often, like, when it's not my turn, I make a sandwich, I come back, right? So D&D has a little bit less than that. It's not quite as bad, but I've seen it in a lot of games. When combat breaks out and it's not my round, people pull out their phone, they go get a snack, they're like, hey, let me know when it's my turn again in combat. And they don't really pay attention because they don't have a lot of reason to. I know, not all characters, not all mechanics, not all GMs, I know. But, sort of, I've seen it happen enough in D&D, right? So, and it's sometimes because it's too mechanical, because there's too many options, too much stuff. So it's like, oh, it's this guy's turn. He's going to take like 15 minutes. Everybody at this table is going to take 15 minutes to do their turn because there's so many bits and bobs and decisions and stuff to do, except, of course, for the fighter who's just going to hit it with a sword. Again, and miss, Sucks to be the fighter. I know, Dave. I know. But, this feels like this feels good. This feels good. From what I've seen in Fabula Ultima, it flows quickly enough. It's just the one action. You don't have 2,000 options. You have a sort of a menu of specific actions that you can do. None of them are too complicated. But I think it's almost too simple for players who want just a little bit more of that crunch, I think. And so that mechanic, the superiority mechanic, I do kind of think would be a just right, a little level of crunch to add to it. And also, it's something it's a level of crunch that wouldn't be overwhelming or boring to people who are not the player who is doing the thing, right? So that's my hot take there. Shadowrun hacking, yes, Jesus Christ, Shadowrun hacking, and a few other systems. So like a lot, I've gone on these rants before. Like if you've got a character class that's a crafter character class, a hacker character class, a remote control, like a rigger, whatever character class. They sometimes basically are their own minigame. It's like, oh, the hacker's gonna hack. Everybody else, go, make a run to the 7-Eleven and pick up extra snacks, because this is now the hacker game with Hacker Man, who is hacking. And it is a whole separate subsystem game. Things are happening, and because of how this happens, right? It's like, we're gonna be here for half an hour plus. That's going to take 0.05 nanoseconds of your time. So hope you don't forget what you were doing half an hour ago, because when we go back, we're jumping right back to next person in turn. But we're going to spend half an hour with the hacker now, That's why I love Cities Without Numbers hacking. You do a skill check, at your hacking skill once per turn, you use a virtual space or a meet space action. I have not seen... Cities Without Number is yet another PDF that I have that I haven't sat down with. But now that I know that that's a thing, it's added to the list. Again, after Fabula Ultima. Originally, I was going after Fabula Ultima. I was going to do... what was it? Monster of the Week, because I do need a refresher, a Monster of the Week, but also now that the box is here, right? Let me just switch over again, just real quick for folks that haven't been on the stream earlier. It's so pretty. And once we're done with Fabula Ultima, we're gonna spend some time with Triangle Agency. Excited for that. But
Curse you all!
Why does it do that every time I switch over to this screen? Because Curse's audio is just turned on. There we go. Okay, cool. That should fix it next time. Okay, anyway, It's the best hacking rules in any cyber I've ever seen in any cyberpunk game. I'll be hacking into other games with worse hacking rules. Ow! All the more reason to check it out, and then throw it at Dave, who, despite his fame for being the worst roller on Earth, also is our Shadowrun GM because he doesn't have to roll anything on that one. All right. Let's get back to it. Villains. Okay, we saw most of this already in the start play. When more Shadowrun? Look, it's hard. The problem is, Potato, the problem is Shadowrun is a full crew game. Either be it sorry, not Sansa's. What am I thinking? I am flaking on the name. The medical one, or just the classic full crew. Both of them are full crew, and yeah, it's hard to get the full crew ready these days. We've been going for 15 years. In that time, people have gotten have moved away, have had children, jobs have changed, partners have been met, like people have gotten divorced and remarried in the time that our podcast has been going. It is a miracle that we get as many games as we do. But yes, we all want more Shadowrun. And usually, the problem is it usually ends up being like a once a year thing at this rate, which makes me sad. But, Saints of Suffering. Thank you. I knew it was an S of something. Prime and Saints of Suffering. Why? How can I flake on Saints of Suffering? I own the shirt. We have a shirt. It's one of our favorite shirts. Not that we have a lot of shirts. Once upon a time, we're going to make lots of shirts, and then we got distracted because it's shiny. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Let's go. Ultima, villains. We saw this already. Villains in the story. Yes, we saw this. It's pretty good. So we have, so there's some guidance on how many Ultima points being kind of like a villain's version of fate points that they can do to do these things. The level, so there's some guidance on the level of villains. The ones we saw in the tutorial were, of course, minor villains. But even minor villains are a threat with those Ultima points. And the fact that they can escape is cool. Again, very, very JRPG mechanic. Ooh, I love this art. I love me a red mage. I still haven't gotten to the character classes. I want to get to the character classes soon. Escalation. This I hadn't seen before. This is a new mechanic to me. Let's see. Escalation. At any time during play, the game master may declare that a villain has transformed into a new version of themselves. Wait, no, I think this was mentioned actually in the tutorial, but not given a lot of detail because it wasn't going to happen in the tutorial. At any time during play, the game master may declare that a villain is transformed into a new version of themselves, one with greater powers and darker ambitions. Narratively speaking, this is the moment in which the villain rejects a chance at redemption and grows even more obsessive in the pursuit of their goal. The heroes force them into a corner, and the results have proven catastrophic. Minor villain, major villain, supreme villain. Supreme villain cannot grow any more powerful. But it's a classic, this isn't even my final form move, which it would not be. If it didn't have this, it wouldn't be a JRPG, a tabletop RPG. Following this affirmation, the character is treated as an entirely new villain. The first time they appear during a scene, Ultima points will reset to a value appropriate to their new role in the story. If a villain has no Ultima points left and the story is 0, they may immediately escalate while still on the scene. This will allow them to recharge their Ultima points and no longer be forced to surrender. If a villain escalates while on the scene, they are immediately treated as a new villain and thus award each player character 1 Fabula point. Should this villain escalate? Okay, so we've got some guidance, which is good guidance already just from the last sentence here. I can tell, because I was going to say, if you have every minor villain do this, it's going to get old. When choosing whether a villain will escalate, the game master should consider the antagonist's importance within the story, their personality, and the way the heroes chose to confront them. A villain's escalation shows that the heroes might win a conflict but still make the situation worse. Most of the time, it's best to simply let a villain be defeated. Maybe their resolve is broken, maybe they even realized they were wrong and will turn into an ally. Escalating your villains sparingly will make them more memorable and also ensure the players feel like their actions have an impact on the world, and generally should only have 2 to 4 escalations per campaign. Good guidance, solid guidance, that makes sense. Basically, save it for your biggest, couple of spoilers. I was gonna bring up Metaphor ReFantasio as as a recent example, but that one's maybe too recent, and just in case any people on chat haven't played it, I don't want to spoil it. That said, play Metaphor Refantatio. It's a good game. It's basically the tagline. It's not beating the medieval Persona allegations, but it doesn't need to. It does an incredible job of being a fantasy, fantasy Persona. It does a great job. I really enjoyed that game. Highly recommended. Anyway, point is that game I think has a good balance overall on this. It kind of follows this role of where to escalate and so forth. Escalating every time a villain is forced to surrender would make the game drag on and on. Exactly. Villains of Fabula points. Yeah, exactly. Villain has more identity. The heroes only receive Fabula points when they appear using their antagonist persona. Once the deception is exposed, they begin to have already. Okay, cool. So it's anytime you know multiple villains, up to a maximum of 3 Fabula points. I like that. Back-to-back scenes with villains. If a villain scene extends for several consecutive scenes, the characters only gain 1 Fabula point. Okay, solid. Good guidance overall. Whenever the heroes are running low on Fabula points, again, I like this as a mechanic. When the party doesn't, you can run a game master scene, show villain in action. Solid plan, real good. And then now we got to the inventory points. We saw this before. This already we kind of know. We've seen all this guidance before, so I'm going to skip it. But we do have some additional utility things that we didn't have in the tutorial. Got this little note about the Tinkerer class, which we'll get to eventually. And then the default inventory was something. So these we didn't see in the tutorial. So the elemental shard with a cost, inventory point cost of 2, 10 damage of a specific damage type, useful. Magic tent, 4, allows the entire group to rest in the wilderness, again, very useful. Yeah, all of this is pretty solid. Character needs basic adventure item, they will have it. Yeah, stuff that fits your identity, you have it as well. I like that. That's kind of how I run games anyway. I love IPs as a strategy inventory, so your players aren't sitting there for 30 minutes. Yes, no, this is a good mechanic. I swear I've seen it in another game, and it's not Ryutama because I've never looked at Ryutama. I just know that this game is based off of Ryutama, or built on top of, used that as a base and inspiration. But I swear I've seen this mechanic in another game, and I am flaking on it right now. But if I remember, I'll bring it up. Okay, and so now this is completely new. Journeys and travels. We're gonna jump into this when we get back from ads. I just got the alert from YouTube, from Twitch, and I gotta run the ads to keep the pre-rolls off. So I'm gonna take a moment to refill my water, stretch my legs. We'll be gone for 3 minutes, during which I will run some memes for you. Please hang out. Talk amongst yourselves, chat, talk amongst yourselves, and we will be right back in 3 minutes. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Don't worry, we're far from done. Be right back. And we're hopefully back. Welcome back, folks. Hopefully, everybody survived that visit to the ad zone and the capitalism zone. What can I say? You can't escape it. You can't escape it. Not yet. Not yet, brothers. But the revolution may or may not come. Speaking of the revolution, behold. Actually, wait. I need to make an aside for this one. You see this chip that I am holding. I'm not gonna shout them out. I'm not gonna shout out the brand because they're not paying me. But I did go to Costco this morning. I will shout out Costco because they are known for treating their workers fairly. So I will promote Costco for free. But I picked up these little chips. They are protein chips because I need protein. And because I work out. Anyway, look, I look for any excuse to get something that will give me protein, but also will fucking crunch. All right, it is hard. That is honestly the thing about like, I miss my carbs so much, and I do miss my carbs occasionally. I'm not on a full keto, but you try and keep the carbs down a little. But the thing I miss most is crunch. So these chips, again, we'll not shout them out because for all I know, they're terrible people. But they are made, according to the bag, these are little buffalo chicken flavored, one would think, but no, they're actually made with chicken and chicken bone broth and like tapioca pudding, I guess. But like there's actual chicken and actual bone broth in the preparation of these chips. I bring all that up because I have eaten a few of these chips during that break, and maybe it's because they have actual chicken in them. They taste like a buffalo chicken wing bite. Like I took a bite out of a buffalo chicken. It tastes like chicken because it is, I guess, chicken. I don't know why I'm so impressed by this, but it made me happy, and I felt the need to share. And I didn't want to share that with Fabula Ultima because there's nothing to do with the game. Anyway, I made my chip, and then we're going to talk about the game some more. All right, back to the game. I swear it tastes like chicken. That's wild. I shouldn't be impressed by this. It feels like what I just did is mildly dystopian. I got all excited because a corporation provided me with an extruded chip-like product that tastes like what it would taste like if I was eating the real thing. But I'm not. Yeah, that's you know what that is. This is not the cyberpunk dystopia we were promised, but it is the one we're getting. It is the one we're getting. Quick final catch up on chat. Shackley, King Pine, I love the IP system, and Potato. Yeah. That let me go back to that page actually, because yes, like this whole thing. If a character needs a basic adventure, they will have it because yes, you're an adventurer. You have an identity. Dystopia we deserve, apparently. Yeah, I suppose. Hey, at least on the plus side, you got some pretty good tasting potato protein chips. Again, later, if it turns out, I'll look them up. If it turns out they're not like just absolutely destroying the environment or something, I might shout out the brand. But it's from Costco. If you just go to Costco, I'm sure you'll find it. Anyway. But yeah, no, this exactly. If there's one thing I hate, and it's not necessarily a fault of the game, because D&D, for example, is a game that has this, but it's also like a dick DM move to go like, well, you didn't specifically put in your character sheet that you have a 10-foot pole, so you don't. It's like, oh, you didn't actually write down rope, so you don't have any rope. Like, come on, man. I'm a level 5 adventurer. I've been doing this for a few years. Like, I have rope. Assume I have rope. Like, if I didn't ask you if I have an extra hand of Vecna on me, just I have rope. Like, so yes, no, this is how it should be done in games, right? I get the roots of D&D, right? Look, as I've said before on stream, I literally learned to read with D&D, the original, not before it was Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Before there were editions, just D&D, and then the AD&D, the original Advanced Dungeons and Dragons books. Those are literally the books I learned to read with as a child. I know where this stuff came from. D&D was originally a very simulationist war game that grew into, what it is now, grew and evolved and changed, mutated into what it is now. So look, I get it. I get the instinct to you have to write down because you have to keep track of your endurance and your weight capacity. Sure, there are players for whom that is the height of fun, I guess. And in fact, to make that another game that we will be talking about eventually on this stream, which kind of parodies that whole concept, is a game called Paris Gondo and the Magic of Inventorying, I think. And it is literally a tabletop RPG built around managing your inventory. I've never played it, but I've heard wonderful things about it. It's actually, I believe, going on Kickstarter soon for a Kickstarter, because it's been available for a little while, sort of indie published and whatnot. But I believe it's getting a Kickstarter with some extra stuff, better printing and whatnot. So probably when that comes out, I'll probably hype it up a little. So again, the concept of specific inventorying, sure, we can work with it, but half the time, you don't want that. And so the way this game handles inventory is I think just enough. It's perfect to me, especially for the topic, for the theme of the game. This works very well. It allows you the flexibility to have what you need without giving you just you always have everything, especially for the things that are kind of critical in the moment. It also makes it so you can't stockpile 99 Phoenix Downs. You get the drill. Really big a fan of that. Sorry, speaking of Cyberpunk, that is the theming of the game I'm going to be running this weekend. It just gave me an idea for a plot point. You know what? Good. Purpose of stream achieved. If I have inspired somebody in any way, shape, or form to add something to their game, that's it. I can shut it all down. I'm good. Thank you. See you all tomorrow. Very happy for that. Tato says, you also like abstracting away even weight. I dislike having to track how many ounces of flint I have to ensure I'm not over encumbrance. Fucking encumbrance. Even in video games, which handle that, it's always annoying. It's all right, here. What do you mean my speed just went down? I just had that, okay, so interesting side. I'll get to you in a second, Kingpine. Last night I was playing Moonring, which, by the way, I will probably be doing again tonight. So if you're not doing nothing around 8 p.m. Eastern, I will probably be back online playing some Moonring, which I have been enjoying. Moonring is a sort of lo-fi spiritual successor to the old school Ultima computer RPGs. Anyway, that game does a weird thing with encumbrance, which is it doesn't really track what you're carrying, because you're assumed to have a backpack, and you just sort of adjust your backpack so it's not too crazy, and doesn't really affect your movement speed. What does affect your movement speed is what you got equipped. So the heavier your armor, the more just stuff that you have on, that will start to affect your movement and reaction speed a bit. And so it makes it interesting. So you don't have to worry too much about encumbrance per se. You can still be a horrible little loot goblin, but it still makes a difference in the terms of if you're wearing very heavy armor and wielding heavy weaponry, you're probably going to be slower, and you're going to have more, you're going to have issues with stealth, whereas lighter armor, lighter weapons, you move at full speed, etc. No stealth penalty, stuff like that. It handles it fairly well, and I do like that little separation of inventory for just the stuff that you're carrying is the stuff that you're carrying. All right, you're an adventurer, right? You have a backpack. You put all it down. Have you ever seen those people who are walking around with just enormous backpacks and keeping up a regular pace, because the human body adapts. Carrying weight in certain ways allows for endurance and movement beyond just you're not carrying it in your arms all the time, right? So I like that the game kind of simulates that. In this case, it's just kind of it's just simulated and more just dude, don't even, just forget about it. All right, we have a system to kind of abstract away the important stuff, and that's it. The rest, like, this is a heroic tabletop, JRPG journey. Don't worry too much about it, which I'm down for. Let's see. Notice how they say the word basic as well. Rope, yes. Torch, yes. Poison vial, probably not. Exactly. Like, this is, again, it's the basic stuff, basic adventuring item. It just makes sense. Then as soon as you need something specialized, that's what you want to keep track of. Like, how many vials of deadly spider potion do I have? Okay, those I want to track specifically. How many of the special glowing gems that we need to collect in order to bring back to the person that hired us to go into this dungeon in the first place do we have? Okay, those we need to keep careful track of, because he asked for 10 and we have 7. But the rest of it is like, and some of it is going to be common sense, right? It's like, do I have 100 feet of rope? Sure. You know what? Sure. Do I have 500 feet of rope? Oof. Let's say it's the whole party here. Let's say you can put together about 400 feet of rope, maybe. Okay, cool. Do I have a mile of rope? No. Hey, remember how we used 50 feet of rope in that on that cliff and then we just left it there? Anyway, there's another cliff now, so do I have another 100 feet of rope? No, you used 50. Like, there's a certain level of common sense that you're gonna have to kind of keep in mind. There's the assumption that, you're all kind of grown-ups in this one. I don't run games for children. The game at my table, there is an assumption that you're all grown-ups. I generally don't run games for kids. If I was running a game for a kid, yeah, I get it, okay? But, it's different. But for certain things like this, be grown-ups about it, right? Common sense. Let's see. And notice you can have a mile of rope if you spend 3 inventory points. Exactly. Like, I guess I think. Actually, does it say that? Does it say like officially default inventory available as information not present in your group sheet for easy reference? Line says you can write. Okay, so you can add custom inventory items that are unique to your world and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know how official it is. I mean, the fact that you can have custom inventory thing, but I don't know how official a mechanic it is to do something like that. But that I like it. I like it. If it's just a house rule, I'm yeah, approved. Because yeah, like you should, if you come up with a really creative use for your inventory points, or if you're willing, if I give you an offer like that, then it's coming from the GM. So yeah, right. Then you can kind of go with that. So yeah, I like that. I like that. All right, let's see if we can finally get to the journeys and travels part, because we are all in love with the inventory system in this game. Journey and travels. Conflicts making the most memorable moments. The exploration of the game worlds. Okay, so I'm real curious about this, actually. I really want to focus in on this because this is a part that not a lot of games get right. The exploration part, right? When you're talking fantasy, a lot of it is travel. Is getting from one place to another and what happens in between. And either you kind of just gloss over it and just talk about 1 or 2 specific moments in the trip, which is the most common approach and nothing really wrong with it, or it's a long slow, okay, day 1 roll, okay, no surprises today, okay, day 2 roll, and like, okay, so at the end of the day, who's got watch, okay, you roll me, like, let's just set a rolls until something inevitably attacks sooner or later, right? Which I'm not thrilled about as a mechanic. It's fine. I usually will just simply go narrative. I will go like, all right, so you're traveling from this city to this city. Cool. It's gonna be a journey is this long, so X amount. So yeah, it's been a week, and now, as you're setting up to camp, who's on watch? You, okay. I'm not even gonna make you roll. As you're setting down, as everybody's sleeping, you hear rustling because there's gonna be something happening then. Let's see. I put something like this under the characters can spend inventory points to produce something uncommon rules, and most people aren't gonna carry that much rope. Exactly. Like, it is. Here's the thing. Like with the inventory system, because it's abstracted like that, it means that it basically assumes that your character is in a point a little bit more knowledgeable than you as the player, right? Your character, the adventurer, knows what they're going to need. So the inventory point thing is a way of sort of like abstracting away. And there's another thing where a class can use inventory points in a variety of ways. We'll see how that goes. But it kind of assumes like, oh yeah, no, my character kind of, would have known that he needed a remedy for this mission, that something like that. So just spend the points rather than having to have specifically a remedy defined. So for certain stuff like that, that's specialized equipment for certain things, like, you know what? Sure, your character would have heard, maybe they heard at a bar or at a tavern or something, somebody spoke about the, 100-foot ravine that is, something that is part of this journey. So yeah, sure. You know what? Yeah, your character would have gone like, you know what? Let's get prepared for that. And they bought that, spend the inventory points. Like, but my only thing there is like, can we make it make sense story-wise, right? And I'm willing. I am one. Those people who have played with me know that I am my sort of approach to gaming is enabler of awesome. I want your character, like if you had 100-foot rope to do this, you know what? That's going to be a scene, right? You're going to put it up, and there's going to be that risky scene of like everybody traversing that rope over the ravine. There's the danger. Maybe I can throw a monster at you and, make it a whole thing while this is happening. I want you to have the rope. It's going to be cool. So here's a way for you to have had the rope without just me going like, fine, have it. It's like, no, here's the thing. And that way it gives a little bit more player agency. Lets the player themselves go like, wait, I have a resource that I can spend, that I can use to affect this scene, which is, I really love that. I really love being able to give characters that. Anyway, let's see how this game, because they're saying like this is important. So let's see how this game handles journeys and travel. You can do the Blaze of Dark flashback thing. It's always good. I love that kind of mechanic. I said it's just make it very very quick. We don't even have to do a full flashback. Just like let's like how would that have happened? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good explanation. I like it. Let's roll with it. All right, traveling across the world map. Okay, first of all, at the beginning of the game, your group will create the world together. We haven't even gotten to world creation. I'm excited for that. I also have, like, again, another aside, because this is just who I am as a person. It's just aside after aside. Wait, let me catch up on chat. For long travel, you run into some bandits in your travels, so you guys are decked out in clearly magical items, and they aren't that dumb. Right, yeah. I mean, you're going to want to make this, like, if you're going to have something, make it memorable. Like, you don't need to have multiple random encounters. Like, having, like, a long overland slog where you are rolling for surprise every time. And if you roll, then you roll another table. It's like, oh, that's 6 goblins attacking you. Let's fight the 6 goblins. And I know, like, games like Morkborg and a lot of OSR games, that's basically their approach to overland travel. Here's a table, here's some tables to roll on. Just every 1 day of travel, roll on this table. Depending if the terrain is this, and roll on this table. That's a percentage of chance that somebody will attack. And if you hit that, then roll on this other table. And this is the kind of monster or enemy or whatever challenge that you run into. And that's classic. That's classic game design. It's fine. But to me, it tends to be not that memorable. For example, let's go back to video games, because especially since we're talking about JRPGs, right? In JRPGs, there's going to be, when you're traveling across the world map, and it doesn't, as I'm seeing it now, we're kind of seeing like that very mechanic. So I'm curious to see how the game handles it and makes it memorable, because that's kind of what we've got here. Maybe a little bit more abstract, but it's like for X amount of travel, there are threat areas. You make a travel roll, there's a certain chance, dangers. But look, there's also unexpected discoveries. There's cool stuff. So let's actually dive into it before we go any further and see how it handles it. Because again, my default has always been to simply stay narrative because when I am playing a video game, when I'm playing a JRPG and I'm traveling from one place to another, the random encounters that I have, for the most part, I'm not gonna remember that. Last night playing Moonring, I traveled from one town to another. I don't know how many bats I killed between those two towns. Dozens, hundreds of bats, so many bats. They all blur together. But the one time that I ran into these weird clown ghost looking motherfuckers and they just absolutely decimated my poor adventurer, that I remember. That I remember. Now I avoid those fuckers. Holy wow. I was not supposed to be in that part of the map, apparently. And so with tabletop RPGs, I am hesitant about the whole roll, oh, it's a surprise attack. Okay, well, let's roll this other table to see what kind of monster you get. Oh, it's 6 goblins. Okay, fight the goblins. And then 2 more days of travel pass, you roll again. It's like, oh, 4 bandits. By default, without some extra work from the GM, those are not going to be, and unless, you know, some weird shit happens with dice or whatever, those are not going to be memorable encounters. They're just padding, like in too many JRPGs where the grinding is just a way to sort of add 40 hours of playtime to the game, right? So I don't need that. I don't need filler combat. If an ambush is gonna break out, I want it to be memorable. I want the players to, when they get to where they're going, go like, well, that was a long journey, and wow, that, you know, that dragon that appeared, or that you know, that family of travelers that turned out to actually be vampires, or whatever, something more interesting than just 6 goblins attack, or 4 highwaymen try to rob you, and a standard combat breaks out. Is my approach. Keep it narrative. Let me see here. This is why I love montage like mechanics. Exactly, Phoenix. I do like that approach. Like, make it a montage. All right, we're traveling from here to here, so let's hit like 3-4 story beats, 3-4 story beat montage, and at the end of that, we will have arrived. That's usually how I like it. I approach it with a storytelling mechanic to mine rather than a encounter generation mechanic, right? Kind of reminds me of the Earthbound way. At a certain power difference, it aligns the combat because you would just curb stomp the monster by breathing. Yeah, but even that's the thing. Like, my complaint here isn't even, it's like, oh, this was super easy. Like, why did we fight these 6 goblins when, you know, when we could curb stomp? You know, that wasn't a good combat. Like, it's not even that. It's not even like, it's just 6 goblins. Like, unless you're level 1, I guess. But even then, it's boring, right? It's just, there's nothing memorable about that. Even if it's a relatively tough combat, it's like, oh, well, we had a tough combat, but it's not going to stick in your mind, I don't think. That's why, again, I usually prefer to go with narrative. All that said, let me wet my whistle and actually read the book. See, one part of the montage cutscene, your characters are fighting a wild boar. The next, you're roasting a boar. Exactly, stuff like that. All right. When a group embarks on a journey, the Game Master makes use of the map sheet, to track their movements. The basic unit of the system is the travel day. It is the average distance covered during a single day on the map, assuming the characters are traveling on foot. The length of one travel day when using your map sheet must be established by the group during world creation. For each travel day required by the journey, perform the following steps. The Game Master determines the threat level of the areas traversed by the group. See next page. If more than a single threat level is present, only apply the highest. Perform a travel roll by rolling the die appropriate to the chosen threat level. On a 6 or higher, the group encounters a danger. On a 1, the group makes an unexpected discovery. The Game Master decides the location of each danger and discovery. If you need, mark its position on your map sheet. On the stop and encounter danger, the characters proceed to the next travel day or reach their destination. Okay, it is the kind of basic mechanic. Every day, do a check, depending on the part of your map. The good thing here is that the map was created by the player, so there is a built-in investment in that, and I'm excited to get to the actual world creation part, because one of the things that I'm excited about this game is that the world is created and generated cooperatively by the entire table, because usually that leads to a lot more buy-in from the players when they oops, sorry, just hit something there. It leads to a lot more buy-in for the players, because like it's not just a mountain range, it's the mountain range that we came up with and that we as a table decided is where the psychic Balrog lives, and so now when we are forced to take a detour within these hills or even into the mountains there, and the threat level is high, we're already kind of like invested, because it's like these are the mountain ranges of the psychic Balrog. We came up with that. We know about the psychic Balrog. And so now there's that like, again, it's a player investment. I'm actually one thing that I'm trying to do with that is I actually have a quick announcement, by the way. Quick announcement. Thursday I will not be streaming. I will not be doing my afternoon stream, and probably won't be doing my evening stream either. Because Thursday is session 0 for a in-person D&D game, paid GMing gig that I've got. Excited for that. So that's going to be session 0 that afternoon. I'm traveling to Brooklyn to set the game up for folks, and part of it is going to be, during the session 0, is going to be a little bit of collaborative world creation. So I've been looking at Microscope, and I'm hoping that I can get the group to kind of like, let's once we kind of come up with a couple of basic ideas, go over safety and regulations and whatnot, safety tools rather, sorry, hopefully we can break out Microscope and kind of like build out the game using that. That's my biggest hope. And yeah, thank you. I hope it's fun too. I'm excited. The players so far seem nice. I already had them fill out a little tabletop RPG sort of safety sheet, and the topics that they're okay or not okay with covering. Nothing crazy there. Like they seem like solid people. They're experienced players. They've been playing for a couple of years. They've already finished up a couple of campaigns, and they're just looking. Their longtime GM has left. They're looking for a new one, and they're willing to give me a shot. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But because of that, no stream on Thursday. That is not necessarily the day going forward. There is going to be a day. So far, it was supposed to be Mondays. I think this Thursday for Session 0 is just because it's the earliest everybody could get together, and they do want to start playing soon. So they wanted to have the Session 0 sooner rather than later. But I think the actual play day is going to be on Mondays, which I don't usually stream on Mondays anyway, so that probably works out. But once I know my schedule there, I will make an official announcement. As always, for anyone who is not following me on my socials, there is the link in case. That's the best way to know when I am or I'm not streaming. So there you go. Thanks Phoenix. Appreciate it. All right, so we got this, we got the threat level, we got what we rolled, and so we already saw how it is. 6 or higher, group encounters the danger. So the bigger the dice, the bigger the danger. So if you're in very high or high, like at high, you're already at like a 50-50 chance of danger. Very high, you are almost certainly going to run into some kind of threat, a danger. Needless to say, a frequently patrolled area under enemy control will count as high or very high danger, just like a prairie overrun by hostile monsters. Again, use your common sense for this. Game Master's final say on the threat level for the given travel day. Then a long example. I'm gonna skip it for now. Okay, so dangers. Characters should generally be able to overcome a danger through a series of checks or a conflict scene. An area plagued by extreme weather conditions. Okay, so these are just examples of things you can do. You can determine damage dealt by a danger in case it's not a monster or anything like that. Again, your levels, status effects. Again, good stuff. Okay, status effects are another good consequence for dangers. For instance, the polluted swamp mentioned above might inflict poison. Again, common sense. Updating the world back. While playing, the Game Master is free to add new landmarks, settlements, and similar features to the map sheet whenever they feel appropriate. This usually happens when the group encounters a new point of interest or dangerous area, or when they learn about it from someone. Players can also add new features and locations to the map by spending a Fabula point to add a new story element. This is playing on page 98. Okay, all good. Discoveries don't happen that often, so discoveries are the one, right? Yes, unexpected discovery. Scurries don't happen that often, so the Game Master should make sure each and every one of them is unique and useful. The entrance to an ancient ruin. Is it guarded with treasures? Okay, so again, examples, merchant caravans, secluded village, or safe haven, precious item, piece of information. Remember, the discovery is always a good thing. Even if it's a dangerous location, the rewards it conceals should more than make up for it. Dungeons! Hell yeah. The concept of a dungeon is a common trope in any RPG, tabletop, and digital alike. Generally, a dungeon is frequently, but not always, a labyrinthine environment, inhabited by hostile creatures and often concealing valuable treasures and powerful magical items, or acting as an evil antagonist's lair. In Fabula Ultima, the term dungeon is used to indicate a somewhat complex location that is worthy of being explored. It could be an abandoned mill turned into a brigand hideout, a witch's castle, or a network of waterways guarded by ancient golems. Again, very JRPG. Based like my game, it's like delves. Delves are the equivalent. Like a dungeon, a delve is kind of it can be just it's any location that is somewhat complex and is worthy of being explored. And in my game, it has magic attached to it and whatnot. Most of the time, the dungeon itself won't be that important. Where the heroes are there and what can be found within is what really matters. Oftentimes, a dungeon can be a powerful way to tell a story about those who inhabited it, maybe hint at some obscure truths, or provide an answer to some of the game world's mysteries. Exploring dungeons. Depending on the size and importance of the dungeon in question, the game master may adopt any of the following methods. Dungeon scenes, so it's like so this is my usual approach. Dungeon scenes is my usual dungeon approach. Unless I'm actively running an actual, this is detailed exploration is a dungeon crawl, right? Dungeon scenes is my default, okay, you're in this dungeon, you're traveling, you're exploring. I might ask, I might give you a couple of decision points, like left, right, but mostly it's going to be a set of scenes. And that's the scenes that you encounter, it's usually less of a map and more of a flowchart. And so depending on certain decisions I made, you might go into this scene or that scene, but it's going to be a set of scenes. It's a succession of key moments, right, rather than an inch-by-inch search. This is my usual. It's identical to the default gameplay. Here, discuss their actions and describe what they do. Game Master describes what goes on around them. Checks and conflicts take place as normal. This will probably be my approach unless, for whatever reason, we want to do a proper detailed dungeon crawl. Detailed exploration, right? Every nook and cranny. A person can be tight and quiet consuming. Should only use the structure and details of the place tell an important story. For this method to work, GM should carefully prepare the layout of the dungeon beforehand. Reserve for locations that you're sure the PCs will explore. So here's my one thing about this. I do like the interlude for a small dungeon or something like that. But the detailed exploration thing and the just scene by scene thing, the one thing that pushes me a little closer to detailed exploration kind of mode in this is the tradition in JRPGs of exploring every nook and cranny so you can gather items and stock up on potions and then smash every chest and smash every barrel and see if there's any healing potions in there. But in this game, because of the way the inventory works, that's not necessarily going to be that useful. I can see going, okay, well, sure. And like this map here, it's oh, you're investigating, so you travel. All right, and then based on oh, if they go into this nook here and they search, they do a Dex plus Insight check to look through the trash, they'll find some useful items, so regain 1 inventory point or something like that. So, but then at that point, it's still it's less fun, I think, at a tabletop game when you're just finding inventory points worth of stuff. I think in a default one, I would still go let's say the party is running low on inventory points. They've been adventuring for a while, and they're we can't. We could use to gather some stuff. Hey, GM, can we can we loot this dungeon? Can we kind of go room by room? We're just looking for anything we can find, see if we get some extra supplies. And I would go at that point, yeah, and probably run some kind of scene, either running into an enemy or some kind of minor challenge, and if they succeed, they might regain an inventory point or two. See, I feel like each has its place, especially if you want to give your players a way to get more Zenny, gain more rare equipment, a detailed exploration. Yeah, exactly. For stuff like that, if you have a purpose for it, right? Exactly. If you want to give your players a chance to regain item points, if you want to give them more Zenith, give them a chance to get more money, if there are specific... If you set up like, oh, that is the dungeon of the armored goblins, and it's like, you know, they are the ones that know how to make these special... cold resistant armor that you need to be able to climb the icy peaks that are coming up ahead, then yeah, for something like that, I could see like a more detailed kind of dungeon crawl, a more strategic kind of approach. Because like, all right, there are 1,000 armor goblins. The party is 4 people. We're not going to kill all. We can't take out all the armor goblins. That's too many. Let's be tactical about this. So it's like, okay, we're breaking into their underground camp. We're sneaking around. There's probably a fight or two. But, you know, and as you go around, you might find different items of this, you know, goblin armor for the different party members. Like that could be a good approach. That could be fun. If you have a purpose for it, yes, a detailed exploration would do. But like, I think again, it also depends on on the focus of your game. Like, is this dungeon meant to be the focus of today's session, right? Then maybe at that point, yeah, you do want to run like more of a full-on dungeon crawl thing. But if the dungeon is just like part of the session, then I'd probably do like dungeon scene approach, or depending on a minor dungeon, yeah, interlude scene as well. It's definitely going to be like case by case basis, I see. And of course, yeah, we get some game master advice for that, so we'll look at that eventually. Danger clocks. The game master can use clocks to keep track of incoming threats in the dungeon. Okay, that's useful actually, and we love clocks in this house. Phoenix says, for me, having the GM assume the best and determine how well a search goes based on a roll is the best practice. It's otherwise I'm the player who will take 20 minutes in a room naming all the things I searched. The GM really wants to require that. Yeah, and I usually don't want to require that because I don't want that. I don't want to go, okay, it's like, you know, are there boxes? Sure, there are boxes. Great. You know, how many? 4. Cool. I want to search each one. Like, oh my god. Look, I shouldn't have said 4. I should have said 1. I should have said no boxes. No, the boxes have not been invented yet. I get it though. In video games, I am very much a loot goblin, and I get the instinct. And even in tabletop RPGs, I will be the one to loot the body, like instinctively. I've been known to loot the body in like Vampire, which is not a loot the body kind of game. So I feel you. But I said, I think in this game, it's going to depend one by one, because JRPGs are known for the grinding. But that it's a different experience when you've got a whole group of people at the table, right? Because you have to keep entertained, you have to tell a story. People have different desires, so what they want to do. Like, again, if the whole table is on board and it's dungeon crawl time, then hell yeah, let's go. Let's do a dungeon crawl. But unless that is the purpose, I think, of the dungeon, most of my dungeons will probably be just more of a dungeon scene approach. So clocks for this, yeah, that sounds good. It's actually really useful because, you know, as you're traveling through the dungeon, yeah, things can get more dangerous, etc., etc. I like this. I really like. Again, I'm just a big fan of clocks in general. I want to use more clocks in my games, and this is good advice overall. Magic. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, it definitely depends on your group just as much as what you're trying to do with. Yeah, exactly. Also, some groups, like, hell yeah, dungeon crawl, grid square by grid square, let's go. The rogue is going to check for traps every 10 feet. We are going to roll for it. I have my pole. I am hitting the ceiling every 10 feet. I am casting True Sight. I am casting Detect Evil. This is our marching order, formation. I've played those games too, and I've had a hell of a lot of fun. I love me a good dungeon crawl. But again, that has to be like, okay, yeah, this is dungeon crawl time. And depending on the game, like sometimes it's like, no, you just have to get through this dungeon to get somewhere else. For those, I think I would go more of a couple of scene kind of dungeon. Anyway, let's see. Magic. World's Fabula Ultima. Inherently magical. Google. So we got two kinds of spells. Spells and rituals. Spells represent codified magic formulas developed to protect warriors and travelers. Their applications are primarily offensive or defensive. They can be learned easily and only require a brief gesture to cast, but lack flexibility. Rituals, on the other hand, are complex magical items designed to overcome a specific obstacle. Whenever a ritual is performed, it will always be started from scratch and take several minutes to complete. While powerful and extremely flexible, rituals consume large amounts of mind points and require difficult magic checks. Additionally, failing a ritual will cause the magic to spiral out of control. While these downsides can be mitigated through time, effort, and complex procedures, the truth remains that ritual magic is a powerful resource, but one that should be used sparingly. Alright, so let's check out the mechanics. So we got 6 disciplines of magic: arcanism, chimerism, elementalism, entropism, ritualism, and spiritism. 5 of those correspond to a specific class: Arcanist, Chimerist, Elementalist, Entropist, and Spiritist, while Ritualism is available to all classes except for Arcanists. Interesting. So Arcanism. Arcanists can project a large portion of their soul outside their bodies, forcing it to resonate with the power left behind by ancient divine entities known as Arcana, and manifest a fragment of their power. To access an Arcana's power, one must first earn their favor. So this is basically your summoner class. Arcanist is specific, Arcanist is specific, peculiar discipline that does not feature spells, but instead follows its own unique mechanics. Arcanism rituals are also possible through the Arcane Rituals skill. But yeah, so Arcanism sounds like your kind of your Yuna summoner kind of thing. You're summoning Ifrit, you're summoning Shiva, etc. That's what it sounds like. Chimerism. Chimerists gain their powers from the souls of beasts. Hey, blue mage, here we go. They search for creatures able to cast spells that repent to mimic the same effects. Where is it? Where are you? Yes, yes. I love me a blue mage. I am. If those of you who were here for my earlier read through of Exalted Essence and my doomed attempts to create a blue mage in that system. Thank you, Fabula Ultima. I love me a blue mage. I'm excited to see how you do this. Chimerism features both rituals and spells. However, chimerist spells must be learned from creatures. See spell make on page 103. Let's see here. Right, Phoenix is like, yes, we love ourselves a good blue mage. I am excited. Elementalists control the stream of souls that bind their 4 core elements of creation: air, earth, fire, and water. Influencing the combinations, magma, blizzards. Okay, so good. You want to cast fireball? Elementalist. Done. Entropists go beyond the stream of souls found in the world and reach for the vast expanse of nothingness between stars. Their chaotic magic defies logic, twisting time and space and dissipating souls, matter, and magical energy. Interest. So chaos magic. Okay, I'm excited. Let's see what entropism does. That could be interesting. I wonder if it's... Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I mean, is it OP? Is it just... I'm nervous because I've seen games where sort of chaos entropy magic exists, and almost every time it's either completely nerfed and underpowered and cool but mostly ineffective, or it's so OP that's like, why would anyone play anything else? So I'm wondering how this game approaches it. See, chimerism is so good if the GM builds around it well. Yeah, no, I'm excited. Again, I love the concept of a good blue mage. I'm excited to see how this game does it. And then ritualism. Contrary to most other magical disciplines, ritualism features no spells and can only be used in ritual form. It is a catch-all term for rituals performed to manipulate sense, bind, or unleash magical energy present within a location, item, mechanism, or relic. From a certain point of view, Magitech can be considered a combination of ritualism and technology. And finally, Spiritism. Spiritists can manipulate the raw energy found within the souls of living creatures, influencing their emotions and manipulating their vital force, a power both miraculous and frightening. So, Spiritism sounds like that's probably your healer's kind of high cat. Sorry for your ears, anybody. If you heard anything weird, my cat just did the whole yeah on the microphone. Hi, sweetheart. I'm gonna show you to the camera. You got on my lap. Oh my god, I love her so much. I love you so much, sweetheart. Hey, Spiritus or healer support. Okay, that checks out. That checks out. Look, I've summoned. This is my summon. She's called Esmeralda. Yeah, hi, sweetheart. Oh my god, you're so unhappy. Actually, you're not. You're purring. You're purring. Let's see. Healer, support, light damage, magic. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Okay, yeah, I figured. It sounds like it. And honestly, if it wasn't for chimerism and my own personal just love of the concept of blue mages and like learning powers from monsters and creatures, I don't know why I love that concept so much, but I always have. Probably Spiritism would be my second favorite because I weirdly enough love playing support and healer type characters. So Spiritism would probably be my second go-to. Alright, so let's check out spells. Spells can belong to any of the following disciplines. Alright, we got those. Each spell description uses the format below and contains a variety of information. Spell with the name, the damage type, the how many magic points per target, so 10 per target, up to how many, and how long it lasts. So you unleash a series of mirage against your foes, conjuring flames out of thin air. Each target hit by the spell suffers high roll plus 15 fire damage. Not bad. Opportunity. Okay, and if you get an opportunity, they suffer shaken. That's nice. I feel like you're going to love the way class is lovely. I'm sure I will. Like I said, I've been told that a couple of times already before, and yeah, I suspect I will. People seem to be excited about that. I'm excited. All right. So cool. We got the basic explanation. I'm not going to read this because it all makes sense, which is huge. You know what? Again, hell yeah. The fact that you can just look at this and go like, I don't even need to read your explanation. I know what you're telling me here. Done. Beautiful. Not every game gets away with that. Because it is hard. Okay, not because the game designers necessarily did a bad job, but because that is hard to do. That is legitimately hard to do. No spell slots. Hell yeah. I mean, let's see how we go. So now we're learning about spells. Let's see. Cast a spell. You must fulfill the following prerequisites. You must be free to move your body. Okay, you can be holding items. Yeah, okay, cool. So movement is free. So if you're tied up, you can't use magic. You must be able to speak. So if you're gagged, you can't use magic. You must have enough mind points to pay the spell's MP cost. Yeah, of course, makes sense. Unless you're casting a spell with target of self special, you must be able to see your targets. Cool. And then if all the above are true, you may cast a spell. Again, this is like super basic, but I do like that it gets spelled out, just in case. Declare which spell you want to cast among those your character has learned, what this effect will be, require to choose the targets, perform the magical gestures, runs a formula. Remember that any nearby creatures will see it here. Yeah, right, this is JRPG casting. You know, you are like, Ignis! And there's, you know, glowing light and a circle around your feet and whatnot, right? And spell casting in JRPGs tends to not be terribly subtle. There are glowing auras and shit. Spend the mind points. The spell is offensive. You must also perform a magic check. Okay, here we go. So Elementalist, Entropism, and Spiritism checks on Insight plus Willpower, while Chimerism may choose between Insight and Willpower or Might and Willpower. Non-offensive spells automatically succeed and require no check. Fumbles and critical success. Oh, non-offensive spells automatically succeed and require no check. Nice. Nice. And then fumbles and critical successes and magic checks and opportunities as normal and apply the effects. Cool. Casting a spell furtively. It's impossible. Just straight up. Like, no. Again, there are glowing auras, visible and fantastical effects. Everyone nearby, yeah, magic is not subtle. Cool. Understood. Appreciated. Yes. Offensive spell. Okay, wait. So this is okay. So I thought this was damage type, and I guess it is. No, it's just offensive. Okay, never mind. I thought this would be damage type. So yeah, so the damage type is here. So it is determined. Here we go. So fire damage. So it is, but this doesn't mean damage. It's just always a red bolt if it's an attack spell. Understood. Got it. Which I appreciate, actually, because I was thinking for a moment, it's like, oh, wait, is this going to change the color for the specific damage type? Which, what if I'm printing this in black and white? What if I've got somebody who's colorblind? So, not okay, cool. Because, like, all the other, I'm going to scroll up a little moment just for a second, because, like, the damage types where we started today, it's not just the color, right? It's a whole differently shaped icon, because not everybody's going to see the same color. So, well done. Appreciate it. Here we go. Nope, next page. Catching up. Yeah, you're right. The lightning bolt just means it requires a magic check as often. Okay, cool. Well, yep. You gotta hop. No worries, Potato. Thanks so much for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Hopefully, see you next time. Take care. Much appreciated. Me again. Wet my whistle. All right. Calculating damage. High roll as usual. Uh, okay. Multi attacks. You perform the appropriate magic check on the target's magic defense score if the spell has multiple targets. Sorry, hoax. If the spell has multiple targets, it will affect each target whose magic defense is equal to or lower than the result. Yeah, cool. Similar to a multi-attack. If you're a critical success, the spell automatically hits all targets. Beautiful. Sorry. That chip from earlier apparently is trying to come back up. Actually, no, it's sending a message. The chip is staying down there, but it's sending a message. Ending the effects of a spell. If you cast a spell the duration of scene, you can end this effect. Okay, cool. Common spell effects. If the same spell is cast more than once on a target, its effects will not stack. Okay, the most recent casting will simply replace a new one. Got it. If two spells have identical effects with different names, they do not stack. Describing your magic. Okay, so basically, like, yeah, summon, channel magic with precise blade movements, conjure magical. Yeah, so again, just have fun with it. Have fun. Describe how your spell works. It's really like, it's all we're asking for here. Okay, rituals. By acquiring specific classes and skills, characters may gain the ability to use ritual magic belonging to different disciplines. Each branch of a ritual magic grants you influence over different aspects of the world. Okay, so ritual... Interesting. Because, okay, so here's what I kind of stumbled on there. Ritualism fusional spells can only be used in ritual form, but not all rituals. There's gotcha term for rituals performed to manipulate sense, bind, or unleash magical energy. So that's a little tricky, kind of like the poisoned thing, where there is a discipline called ritualism, which is made up only of rituals, but not all rituals fall under ritualism. Rituals can be an arcanist ritual, a chimerist ritual, an elementalist ritual, an entropist ritual, a ritualist ritual, or a spiritist ritual. So good to keep in mind. And then the discipline type, determines what it can affect. So arcanism rituals can do an effect based on the arcana that I have bound, and the arcana of the kind of summoners. Chimerism, enhance your senses, see through the eyes of an animal, quell the fury of a monster. That makes sense. So, like, I can imagine a chimerist performing a big ritual to like calm a raging dragon or Tarrasque or some giant monster that the party has no chance of properly defeating in a fight. It is it's an immortal, massive, mountain-sized creature. So I could see like that scene going. The party basically trying to keep the chimerist alive and protect them and buy them time to complete their calming ritual while, stuff like that. So that could be fun. Kingpin, exactly. Okay, cool. So I'm on the right track with the different types of rituals. Elementalism, walk on water, shape rocks, snuff out fires, cause a rainstorm, summon. Okay, so basically elemental stuff, cause a decay of physical matter, twist the flow of time, teleport creatures and finance for entropism. Interesting. Teleportation is under entropy. Nice. Ritualism, extract magic from an object, activate a soul circuit, sense the presence of magic. And spiritism, sense the presence and feelings of creatures, put someone to sleep, emboldening their heart. The full process of casting rituals is described in the next step. Remember that ritual magic should never be able to accomplish any of the following. Okay, so there are some limits. Causing direct damage. A ritual can still deal collateral damage. If you open a chasm below your enemy's feet, they are bound to suffer some kind of harm. And we have guidance for that. Ignoring or removing, inflicting or removing status effects. Yeah, that's a job for regular magic. Causing characters to lose or gain HP, MP, IP, Fabula points, or Ultima points. Okay. Replicating the mechanical benefits of an existing spell or skill. However, narrative effects such as teleportation or flight are okay, even if some skills do grant them. Okay. And generating creatures or equipment or granting them permanent abilities. All right.
Aside from these, most rituals are fair game, but the stronger the effect you seek, the more tragic the consequences will be if your ritual goes wrong. Describe what you want to accomplish with your ritual. Declare which area or creature you want to affect. The Game Master's final effect. Say on whether a given effect can be accomplished, as well as which ritual discipline it falls with when consulting the area and potency tables below. Game Master determines a ritual cost in mind points. The ritual is cast following the normal procedure for a spell, but it always requires a magic check which must meet or exceed a difficulty level based on the ritual's potency. The check will rely on the attributes in the game of the ritual's discipline. If you succeed, the ritual has the desired effect. If you fail, the game master... Okay, so... Again, examples guidance, minor ritual would be create a flash of light, block a passage, shatter a glass, which again is cool. It's cool. 20 MP, difficulty levels 7. Yeah, like this would be an interesting ritual. Like, we are the thousand armor goblins discovered us. We are trying to make our escape. I need time. I can block off this passage, but I need a moment to complete this ritual. Can you hold them off? Yes, sure. Fight. Go for a round of combat. The ritual person is still standing. Cool. You complete a ritual. Okay, everybody out of the way. Ritual completes. The entire tunnel, like behind you, caves in. Everybody runs. Depending on the drama, I might ask for people to do like a dex plus dex or a dex plus might roll, some kind of athletics to not, suffer some damage or some effect or something as the whole place comes crashing down, right? And that's just a minor ritual. That's a basic use right there. Medium, create an illusion, treats an illness, locate someone or something, sense emotions, right sort of energy. Major, sense thoughts, influence emotions, dispel a curse, temporary alter the weather, provide long-term energy. Extreme, weaken a divine entity, preventive catastrophe, cause a week long change in a creature or location. And then the cost is multiplied by the area. So trying to do like an extreme potency ritual that affects a huge area would cost like 200 MP, which is probably more than a character has, so there might be other ways to get it, who knows. Rituals is group checks. Okay, so we're gonna get into the further details of rituals, but unfortunately I just got a little alert again that it is once again time for the ads. Time does fly when you're talking nerd shit, and oh boy do we talk a lot of that. But right now it's ad time again. So folks, stretch your legs. You know how it is. We just do one of these per hour because, Twitch demands it. And I, for one, am unable to say no. Literally, I could. The best I can do is snooze it for a bit. So since we're gonna happen anyway, might as well do it manually. Get rid of the pre-rolls for anybody else. We will be right back, folks. Bear with us. And we are back. Welcome in, folks. Again, thank you so much for putting up through the ads. If I could get away with not running those, I would. But unfortunately, for now, this is how it has to be. This is how it has to be. Anyway, folks, we're back to it. Let's see. Rituals as group checks. All right, so let's say we're all working together to do a ritual. When a character attempts a ritual, other characters can help, even if they have no ability to perform rituals themselves. The magic check will become a group check. We know how those work. And the character who performs a ritual will act as the leader. Reducing the cost of a ritual. Okay, here we go. It's easy to notice that the MP cost of rituals can be rather high. As it should be. Right? Like if you're trying to weaken the divine entity that is the god of this mountain, yeah, it should be a lot. It should be 200 MP. It should be should be costly, right? So how do we do this? In order to reduce this cost, a spellcaster may provide an especially rare or powerful ingredient. Doing so will cut the MP cost in half. This can only be done once per ritual, and the game master should determine the nature of the ingredient. Finding it should be its own adventure. Yes. If there's no time to prepare and the ritual is urgent, an item or ingredient the GM deems suitable can be sacrificed to allow the ritual to take place. Okay, so actually I dig that. I mean, I haven't seen advancement yet, but I assume it is possible to get the 100 MP as a single character. I assume that is a possibility that you can achieve. In which case, yes, if you, as part of the ritual, use the sacred gem heart of the mountain titan and sacrifice it and smash it with the silver blade of the moon princess, both of which required adventures and plots and dungeon crawls and whatnot to get. Yeah, it goes from 200 MP to 100 MP. Sure. Yes, it is possible to get over 100 MP at a higher level. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, because you're not doing this at level 1, right? Like you're doing the 200 MP ritual is probably a end of campaign or at least end of arc kind of thing. So it makes sense. It makes sense that it's something that you would be theoretically capable to do at higher levels and still most likely requires some level of sacrifice or something to pull off. I like this. It works well. It's not crazy complicated. I mean, it is. There's details, right? There's a decent amount for this game, a decent amount of detail to deal with, right? Because you're trying to keep track of one, which discipline this effect is a part of. Two, the effect of the thing itself, and trying to figure out how potent and which area, therefore marking down the MP costs and all that stuff. But that's it. It's not that much. You're keeping track of some, it feels like you're keeping track of a lot, but it's not. Like this is 4 pages? That's it. 4 pages max, and they're well spaced, bullet points, a couple of tables, some basic guidance, and still enough room for 4 examples and how to deal with rituals in conflict during things in 4 pages. Like some books have entire multiple chapters to try and describe how to run ritual magic. That's not necessarily a complaint, all right? There are games in which kind of the thing. Ars Magica, I'm looking right at you. But this for this, I got. I know I've been doing it a lot, and I know I'm gonna keep doing it because yeah, like I really like this. It is a way to do a complex, ritual. It is a way to give your casters a lot more flexibility than just the specific list of spells that they have, and it's not crazy complicated. You just need to determine a couple of minor things, and then roll it and then go for it, right? So let's see. Let's look at the examples. Actually, a lot of the time I will kind of skip sometimes the examples in some of these books, but this time I want to see the examples that they have. So let's just kind of dig into them. So summoning a great globe made of fire and using it to destroy the engine of an airship is an elementalist ritual of major potency targeting a small area. 80 MP, DL 13. If this ritual fails, you might trigger a devastating firestorm. Sensing whether a person is hostile is a spiritism ritual of minor potency affecting an individual. 20 MP, DL7. On a failure, you might accidentally instill strong negative emotions inside them with unpredictable consequences. Erecting a barrier of energy to shield a castle from an avalanche is a ritualism ritual of extreme potency, targeting a huge area. Here we go, 200 MP, DL16. If the ritual fails, you might cause a burst of uncontrolled magical force and trigger a supernatural cataclysm. Altering the flow of time to briefly restore the functions of a damaged device is an entropism ritual of medium potency affecting an individual area. 30 MP, DL10. On a failure, the mechanism and some of the nearby objects might rapidly age before your eyes and crumble to dust. I like that. It's a good level of flexibility. It's a good level of, like a good range. Sorry, what the heck? I think my cat accidentally clawed me. Yeah, I'm bleeding just a little. You know what, folks? Give me a second. I love her dearly. Her claws do be sharp. Bear with me. I'm going to actually just turn off the camera and mute myself just for a second. I'll leave you. Let's... Actually, no, we do need to read the original work officer. I'll be back in 30 seconds, folks. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Bear with me. Oh, what? No, I have a button that's supposed to turn the camera on and off, and it's not doing it. Why are you not doing it, button? Button, you have failed me. You have failed me. I'm bleeding here, and you have failed me, button. Which one is this? Cam BG curses cam on off? No. Button. Which one of you controls the button? Oh my god. You know what? I'm just gonna go to the be right back screen. You don't have time to fix this. I'll be right back. Where's the screen? Here we go. All right, sorry about that, folks. I don't know about your cats, but mine is a mighty hunter. And while I was picking her up earlier, I hadn't realized that she dug her claw into me a little, and there was just a tiny look. I've got a band-aid now there. It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, that is the dangers of living with a wild beast in your house. You saw the ferocity in her little eyes. All right, let's get back to it. Rituals in conflicts. I want to see what specific goes. So, ritual magic can certainly be attempted during a conflict scene, but first you will need to gather enough magical energy. The process is as follows. Use the objective action to begin the ritual. Okay, so that's one of our little options on the sort of like actions that you can choose. It's an objective thing. A ritual clock is immediately created with a number of sessions based on the ritual's potency. Clocks. Okay, so basically... based on visual potency, now this clock is part of the scene. Anyone can interact with it through the objective action. Like any use of the objective action, the game master will be the one adjudicating which attributes should be used for the check. So as whether it has a fixed difficulty level or is an opposed check, the caster can perform the first check. Once the clock is filled, the character who initiated the ritual may use an action to perform step 3 of the flowchart on page 119, which is on the... it's one page away from where I am. Nope.
Nope, one page before. Sorry. Right, this one. Technically, this is flowchart. Okay. Okay, the outcome of the check will be okay, cool. Yeah, so a minor ritual is 4, clock piece is 6, 6 or 8 for extreme. All right, yeah, that's a good way. That's probably how I would have handled it otherwise, if they hadn't given that guidance. But yeah, that is the correct way to do this in combat. Clocks are your friend. Clocks solve almost everything. More clocks. Economy and items, regardless of which fantasy world. Okay, so Zenit. I do love this. I do love that it just straight up like, nope, just one currency. That's it. JRPG. Suck it up. On average, 5Z pays for a decent meal. 10Z will be enough to cover a rent for a room in the Night of Sound. 100Z can fetch you a bronze shield. Equipped items and items in your backpack are shown on the character sheet. A player character can equip a limited number of items on their body. You can have one equipment slot for your armor, main hand equipment slot, one-handed weapon or a two-handed weapon. While you have a two-handed weapon, you can't use a shield. Pretty straightforward. Failed animal handling check, make a medicine check. Yeah, basically that's what happened. I mean, honestly though, with Esme, like even a successful animal handling check might involve blood. You only come away uninjured from an interaction with her if you roll an opportunity. not on purpose. She doesn't know how to play soft. Is the thing. Like when she wants to play, she really doesn't know how to hold back, and she is very much a rescue. And as sweet and cuddly as she is, even and as much as she trusts me and lets me pick her up, and I've had her for years, she will not let me cut her claws. And I know there are ways you can kind of like burrito them, like. No, the vet can cut her claws. The vet knows how to do it. They have equipment. They have training. They say she's very sweet. They say she lets them do that. I think because again she was a rescue. She knows what it's like. She knows not to fight them, but she knows she can fight me and win. So that's again. This is not a complaint. It's just who she is. Normally it doesn't matter that much, but it's just again like if she starts squirming, it's a non-zero chance that I'll get a small scratch, which I mean, yeah, my hands are I mean, this one specifically usually ends up like with scratches, which it's just it is how it is. You get to see them when I do the overheads. You see the marks of how much I love my cat on my hands. Anyway. Okay, you have one equipment slot for your accessory, offhand equipment slot, and then it's not equipped, goes in your backpack. No set limit to how many items you can carry this way, as long as it makes sense. If you're finding enough and use transporting, consider transport. Take a few moments to find items stored in the backpack. During a conflict, for instance, you will need to spend an action searching for them. Makes sense. On the other hand, items you have equipped are readily accessible, but there's no more scope, so the risk of being damaged or stolen. An item stored in your backpack does not grant you any properties. You want it to work, you must equip it. Good guidance, all basic. How to get new items. Basic items, weapon, armor should be available in most settlements. Rare items should be found in unique stores, hidden within the most dangerous of ruins, regarded by powerful monsters, or offered as a reward for heroic deeds. If you're a game master, see page 26 for rules and guidance on how to create rare items, as well as several lists of pre-made items. Dope. Rewards. There are 3 main ways treasure and magical items can be handled during a Fabula Ultima campaign. When you start playing, you should discuss which of the methods below you want to adopt. You can always change your decision later on after a few sessions. The classic method, the GM hands out rewards as they see fit. It's probably the most common solution, but it puts a lot of responsibility on the GM's shoulders. Survey. The Game Master asks everyone about the kinds of items they'd like their characters to find or use. Perhaps a ninja would like to wear an intimidating Hanya mask, or the brawler can't wait to get her hands on a pair of fuel knuckles. Using this method, the GM has a useful list of items they can pick from when handing out rewards. Or a wish list. This is an uncommon approach, but it can be interesting. Each player writes a list of items they would like the character to find over the course of their career. These can be chosen from the list of rare items in the Game Master chapter or designed from scratch following the guidelines presented there. Then, whenever the group finds some kind of treasure or receives a reward, the players themselves can pick from those lists and narrate what the item is, as well as why it was there. I think my approach would probably be something closer to somewhere in between Classic and Survey. Like, if the players want to go through the pre-existing pre-made items and pick some, I'm not gonna stop you. But otherwise, I would do more of like where do you want to go with this character? Like, what kind of things would you like to get? What opportunities? Like, what kind of, like, do you want? Like, are you playing a Dragoon? I don't know if Dragoon is an option, but something like that. And you want to have like the Spear of Bilnabog. I don't know what the Spear of Bilnabog is, but you're like, yeah, like that sounds cool. They're like, all right, cool. Well, I'll write it down and, I'll see what I can do, right? And at some point, there's going to be a plot and an adventure and a thing for you to get the Spear of Bilnabog. But it's more like, but it's just in general, not necessarily specific items, but more like, let's say like that brawler. It's like, you know what? I right now I've got like a sword and buckler, but like what I would really want long term is Arcane. Did you see that? P.S. Did you see that? Holy shit, Arcane's so good. Anyway, and fuck yeah, I just want big fuck off magic fists. And they have like, when I slam them into the earth, like, that would be so cool. And I'd be like, noted. And then it's kind of on me as a GM to see, how I can make that happen. That's probably the approach that I would take this sort of thing. Let's see, selling items. Probably you can find someone willing to buy an item will sell for roughly half its original price. Again, classic JRPG rules. Amount modified by items quality and condition. No one want rusted, mud-caked axes built in the old tunnels. Yep. Game Master always has final say, of course. Artifacts. Player characters will sometimes come into possession of incredibly powerful magic items known as artifacts. Given their nature, artifacts should never be purchased or sold. No amount of riches can do it. These are quest items, basically. They go into a different part of your inventory. You can't select them during the sell menu process. Services and transports. Okay, terrestrial transports, vehicles, good stuff to know. Some general pricing for transport and services. Okay. Equipment. There are 4 categories: accessories, armor, shields, and weapons. Each item can be basic or rare, with the exception of accessories, which are always rare. Martial items have the little red symbol. Can only be equipped. Can only be equipped by characters who have acquired specific classes. So Darkblade. I'm still not at the character classes, and I cannot wait because I'm finally getting a little glimpse of some of them. Darkblade, Fury, Guardian, Sharpshooter, Weapon Master. I'm curious about Sharpshooter. I love me a good gunslinger, and I have been disappointed in the past. I've been hurt. I've been hurt before, folks. All right, I bear the scars. Darkblade allows you to equip martial melee weapons and martial armor. Fury, martial weapons, martial melee weapons, martial armor. Guardian, martial armor, martial shields. Sharpshooter, martial ranged weapons, martial shields. And Weapon Master, martial melee weapons, martial shields. Characters who do not have the appropriate classes can still carry a martial item, but they are unable to equip it and enjoy its benefits. Interesting. All right. I'm curious. I say interesting because, like, I don't see... This is good. This is actually good that I do not see a generic fighter here. Yeah. I'm excited to get to the character classes, man. I'm excited to get to the character classes. Accessories are useful magical items that bestow special abilities upon those who wear them. So accessory, crested helm, +1 bonus to accuracy checks, stuff like that. Okay, cool. Basic, straightforward, and they're always rare. Armors. Armor offers improved protection to its wearer. Each armor entry uses the form below and contains a variety of information. So, for example, Sage Robe and Brigandine. Brigandine being a martial item, that's its cost. The defense for Sage Robe is Dex die +1, and Magic Defense is Insight dice +2, and Initiative -2. Okay, I get it. So better Magic Defense than the Brigandine, but Brigandine has like solid established armor. Versus this one is just like a little bonus, your dexterity. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. I like it. It's simple. I have no issues with any of this. You can make a generic fighter by combining other classes' skills, but every class is a lot more flavorful. Cool. Yeah. No, again, I'm not saying like it's not a bad thing that there is no generic fighter. On the contrary, like I like that we immediately see like 5 different variations on kind of what it means to be like a martial character. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see. So shields. Shields must be equipped in a character's offhand slot for their enhanced defense. So pluses on defense. All right. For Elizabeth, all the basic shields. Okay, so armor and defenses. Martial and non-martial armors influence the character's defense and magic defense scores in different ways. Remember that regardless of which armor you are wearing, shields always add to it. If you have a free slot, it's never a bad idea to equip a shield. That is just good common sense advice in many JRPGs as well. So, all right, lighter armors give you defenses based on your current dexterity. Okay, yeah, so that's kind of what we saw here. Lighter armor gives you bonuses based on your dexterity die, while an insight die size is plus small bonus. They're great if your attributes are already high, but can become less effective if you suffer status effects. Martial armor set your defense score to a fixed value, yeah, which is just what we saw above. They offer reliable protection, but also take a heavy toll in your initiative. Although in this case, both of these take a toll in your initiative, so But okay, cool, I get it. So it's going to change your approach depending on how your character is built. Solid. So gives you options. The fact that it gives you these like dex die options means like if you have a high dex character, then you can still be at least as effectively high defense as a martial character, despite not wearing that being able to wear the heavier armor. Yeah, solid. I get it. If you want to make the I swing my sword, I do it again character, you can, which is nice for people that want to. Yeah, no, exactly. At the same time, there are people who very much like, no, I want it, keep it simple, keep it. This is what I want to do. I want a guy who hits things with sword. Okay, cool. We can make that. I'm big fan of that. But also I like that by default it's like a little more variety. Let's see, so weapons are divided into 10 categories: arcane, bow, brawling, dagger, firearm, flail, heavy, spear, sword, and thrown. Each weapon entry uses the format, and then some martial weapon, cost insanity, attributes and formula. So dex plus insight plus 1 for accuracy, and high roll plus 6 physical. Okay, so that's, again, all of this is really straightforward. The only thing is like one hand that we know what that is, melee, we know. So what's the quality thing? Any special abilities. So it looks like there's just so if no quality, yeah, so no quality just basically means that it doesn't have any special abilities or anything else. It's just a rapier. Done. You do not have to keep track of ammunition for ranged weapons. Thank you. Once you purchase the item, you're simply assumed to have enough on your person to fight with. Right. Also, especially since in this game, ranged weapons, the difference between ranged weapons and melee weapons really is, for the most part, just that, the effect that the ranged weapon has, and that ranged weapons can hit like flying characters. But otherwise, combat is very JRPG, right? Like it's basically just 2 rows of enemies taking turns attacking one another. So it's not like you have to like worry too much about like range and positioning and stuff. Although I did see that there are there's some guidance for that sort of thing. But again, it's more like, all right, cool. You're trying to do something different. You're trying to get into position to snipe. All right, cool. So let's maybe make that some kind of clock, maybe a simple 4-section clock in which you have to, run around the battlefield, get into a sniping position, take the position, aim, prepare, and then, at the 4th, you're ready to take that shot. And sure, I'll let you have like some kind of bonus or whatever, right, for taking that shot, stuff like that. Which, could be fun. Let's see. A note on unarmed strikes. Among the various weapons available in the game, one is the unarmed strike. See next page. There's the character's empty hands. While they do count as a one-handed weapon, they are automatically equipped whenever a hand slot is empty. Basically, the empty hand slot also counts as unarmed strike. Solid. Done. Okay, here's the listing of weapons. So we got brawling cat. So unarmed strike is kind of like the default. It's just listed as a weapon, but it just means that that's what you have. But also, hey, improvised weapons, iron knuckles, steel daggers, firearms, flails, heavy. Okay, yeah, this is good. This feels like also the little pixel art icons help. But yeah, this feels like a JRPG selection. Like +1 accuracy would be an example of quality. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. So like, for example, almost all of these have no quality, but then when you get to brawling, and it's like, oh yeah, like automatically equipping an empty hand slot, or breaks after attacks and improvised, or improvised breaks after attack. So it's like anything that's different about it, besides just the fact that it is a sword for the stabbing. So these are non-magical, so almost none of them have any additional qualities, which makes sense. Your basic armor and shield again. Okay, cool. And basic shields. Solid, the runic shield actually provides magic defense. All right, cool. I like this. All right, projects. Here we go. So extended action kind of things. Let's see how this goes. I'm encouraged, having seen what they did with rituals. I am now not terribly afraid for projects. And in fact, it is more pages. It is more pages. It is 6 pages. But 2 of those are for some big sample projects with lots of details. So I'm not complaining. Let's see. The difference between weapon categories is more about how they interact with character skills than anything else. Okay, that checks out. That checks out. So I'm sure there's some kind of character skill that's like, oh, a sword weapon, like basically transforms the damage of any sword weapon into fire damage or something like that. You know, called Fireblade, or like yes, like for a brawling weapon. Like yeah, no, I see that. I see that. Like the categories are effectively tags. You know, like these are all tagged as sword. These are all tagged as heavy. These are all tagged as brawling. Let's see. So projects, much like how spellcasters gain access to ritual magic. Characters with the Tinkerer class. Oh, so wait. So projects are specifically for Tinkerers? Yeah, it's inventions of X. Okay. Let's see. So this is actually, I thought this was extended actions, but no, it's more like crafting rules specifically for the Tinkerer class. All right, let's see. Okay, game. Let's see what we're doing here. I love me a good crafter. I love me some good crafting rules. In my own game, which, by the way, for anybody new to the stream, I am working on some games of my own. Very early stages on those still. I usually, on Fridays during these afternoon streams, instead of looking at other people's games, I work on my own games on the stream. I would love the company as always for anybody that comes by on those days. So on my system, one of the things that I spent a lot of time on was the crafting system for the crafter type character, because I do love that. But also, like I've got entire rants about my complaints about crafting systems in other games. So let's see how this one does. My hopes are high. Let's see. To start a project, you have to be a tinkerer. Then after everyone, okay, no, that checks out. So it's kind of like with ritual magic, where like to start a ritual, you have to be able to cast ritual magic. So you have to be one of the character classes that has access to ritual magic. But once it's started, as it says here, rituals is group checks, right? The magic check, the initial caster, it will be the leader, but everybody else, even if they have no ability to perform rituals themselves. So that fits in with what we're seeing here, where then like the tinkerer is the one that has to start it, but then other people can kind of join in and help out. So checks out. Love potions, walking magitech shields, even majestic airships. Okay, project's work follows. Describe the invention's effects, how it operates, what kind of energy it requires, and the specific benefits it provides. Okay, if the invention is complex enough, such as a magitech motorcycle equipped with a cannon acting as both a vehicle and weapon, the game master is free to split the project into 2 or more separate inventions by consulting area potency. So kind of like rituals. How potent is it? What area and how many uses? Is it consumable or is it permanent? By consulting, you may negotiate a terrible flaw with the game master. Perhaps the invention must be recharged at regular intervals. It's unreliable, cumbersome, or extremely loud. This flaw reduces the total cost of the project by 25%. To complete the project, you must reach an amount of progress equal to 1 for every 100 zenith of material costs, minimum 1 progress required. At the end of each day, the project will advance as follows: +1 progress for every player character who worked on the project today, +1 extra progress for every player character with 1 or more levels in the Tinkerer class who worked on the project today. Once the required amount of progress is reached, the invention is created. Okay, cool. So this is the base cost, and this is the multiplier. So a minor thing would provide light, transport people, cargo on land or water, or obtain some unlimited form protection. So if you wanted a minor individual consumable, we could do that with basically 1 progress. So if we wanted like if the Tinkerer was solo and they're like, can I cobble together some kind of Magitech powered scooter so that I can ride that to the next town and catch up with the rest of the party or something like that? Yeah, you can, definitely. As a Tinkerer, you can do that, and that would be effectively 100 zenith, because it's a minor effect to transport. It can even go land or water, yeah? So if you need to like cross a river or cross a lake, something like that, you could make a makeshift vehicle for yourself. Or if you wanted something that can carry the whole party, it would be times 200 Zenit. So it'd be 2 progress things. As a tinkerer, technically, because you have the +1 extra progress, right? From what I'm reading here, even if you worked on it solo, you can get away with this little project in one single roll if you succeed, because you get +1 extra progress as a tinkerer. So you would effectively do 2 progress. So again, even a minor, small, or a medium individual consumable, it's going to break once we get to the other side of the river, right? If you want to make it permanent, all of a sudden that goes up to either 500 or for the whole party 1,000 Zenit, and that makes it either 5 progress needed or 10 progress needed. But look at me, I haven't even specifically looked at these, and I'm already kind of figuring out how this works. I like it. It's not crazy. The only downside but it's understandable, is the time that it takes, because it can be, and this is a common complaint, right, in crafting games sometimes, but it's not so bad, by the way. I didn't wait for it. I'm actually getting to a good point. But in a lot of games, they like, oh, you want to create a ring of shielding, whatever. Your character is effectively working on this for weeks and months before it finally comes out. In the meantime, what the hell is your party doing? Or is it like, okay, cool, like, you know how much time weeks and months is in an average game, right? How many game sessions take 4 hours to play and only covered like 30 minutes of actual in-game action? Like, I have problems with very long-term projects for crafting, because that means, oh, that's never going to happen for like the majority of games, unless we're doing like regular long-term time skips. Then why would I be a crafter? Because the one special thing that I can do may be cool, but it's not cool in a day-to-day sense. It's like, okay, cool, my crafter is working on a laser gun, so in 3 months of game time, 2 years of real world time, maybe I'll have a ray gun. Here though, and this is where I was getting at, it doesn't seem to be that bad, right? Because it's like you can roll for progress once per day, especially if you have help. Then that's not too bad, because even something like a 1,000 Zenit, 10 successes, can still be done in a couple of days, especially with help. Solo might take like 5 days. It's a shorter range of time. We're not talking months. I mean, I guess something extreme: alter the nature of an area for a long time, contain the power of a demon, prevent a catastrophe, possess a full intent. Okay, so let's say you want to create a living android that is human-sized, or maybe you want to create a living sentient fortress forever. Now that is going to be 800 times 4. Okay, question on these multipliers, actually. Area potency, the cost of materials to be paid immediately for a mentioned medium or higher potency. The game master describes naturally special. Okay, so yeah, okay, separate from the necessary thing, but I'm curious. And I'm going to say step 6 helps with that a lot. If you can generate more progress in a day than what is currently needed to complete the project, you may already have it ready in a few hours. Nice. Yes. Here's my question. These multipliers these are separate. So basically, like an extreme, huge, permanent thing, is it going to be 8 times 4 is, so 3,200 Zenit, plus 8 times 5 is another 4,000 Zenit. So 7,200, I think, Zenit would be the total. Or is it 3,200 Zenit and then times 5 again for permanent, which would make it like 16,200 Zenit, I believe, off the top of my head. Because that's very different, 7,000 versus 16,000. And I'm not sure Let's see. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if these multipliers are applied to the base cost only or they stack, like first area and then on top of that he uses. I'm gonna assume they are separate. Order of operations is important. And also, yeah, it would also make a difference if I'm doing a ×5 and then ×4, right? So ×5 would be 4,000 Zenit. ×4 would then be 20,000 Zenit. So that would make it more than the 16,000. So, like, if it was applied in that order. So I don't think it is. I don't think... it sounds to me, and I guess this is how I would probably rule it, is that it's separate. So the base cost and then... base cost time multipliers for area, and then base cost time multiplier for uses. Add it together. Add the multiplied effects together, and that's your total cost. Right? That makes sense to me. Also makes it so it's not crazy expensive. I mean, look at those weapon prices. I mean, yeah, it's pretty expensive. It's pretty expensive. Yeah, well, here we go. So a flying vehicle that can carry 20 passengers. This is just transport 8,000. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. The game doesn't seem to specify it. It's fine. It's fine. I personally would maybe have added like one sentence. I think there was room for like one sentence explaining that. But yeah, that could be one of the few tripping points I could see, that calculation. I think the time is like exactly that's what you said, King Pine. Like that's basically what you're describing. It's like, yeah, just multiply this by this, multiply this by this, add them together. That's your total cost for your project. Yeah, that definitely seems right. All right, cool. Just pointing it out because it's one of the very few spots where I've seen the game system be a little unclear about stuff, which, again, we look at a lot of games on this stream, and boy, oh boy, have we run into some games where I am stopping every page to go on a rant, but it's not because I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool, or like, let's imagine what we can do with this rule, which is what we've been doing for almost all of this game, and it's more like, the fuck were they thinking? That makes no sense, like that sort of thing. Like, I've seen almost none of that in this game, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Damage and protection. Okay, sooner or later, heroes might want to craft items that give them an edge in battle. Getting master always has final say on the potency, yada yada. Okay, cool. So some guidance. Avoid creating inventions that grant immunity to physical damage, understandably so. If an invention has mixed effects, such as granting resistance to a damage type and dealing damage to be split into multiple projects, yeah, checks out. Some guidance there. Materials to pay for projects. Hiring helpers. If an inventor wants to increase the daily amount, they can also hire helpers. Each helper generates one additional progress. Makes sense. How to use projects. Okay, let's read the red box. Red is scary. Red is good. Rules for projects are very flexible, but they are designed to allow characters to create something unique and never seen before. Not to craft items that can normally be found or purchased, such as equipment. They should be used to provide innovative solutions to problems and obstacles. Innovative solutions to problems and obstacles. If the character wants to create multiple copies of an invention, each is a separate project. Turning inventions into easily produced items will inevitably break the game. For tinkerers who want to customize equipment, look at the heroic skill upgrade. Okay, we'll check that out later, because that is definitely something as a tinkerer that I would want to do. I want to tune up people's equipment. Price required time. If a group focuses on a long project, villains will certainly not sit idly. Okay, cool. And then interlude scenes are perfect for narrating a project development. Checks out. And okay, let's look at these sample projects. I'm excited. Let's see. So the discovery. Okay, yeah. So look at these costs. The discovery is a major, large, permanent item. That makes sense. So it says it costs 6,000 Zenit with 60 progress required. That checks out. So let's see, it's major, large, and permanent. So based on this, it's major is 400, large 400 times 3 is 1200, permanent is 400 times 5, which is 2000. No, wait. Oh, area. Wait, major, large, and permanent. No, major, large, and permanent. So 400 times large is 1,200 times 5 is 6,000. I think we got it wrong, folks. Based on these costs, it's supposed to be, it stacks. Based on these costs, because a major 400 times 3, 1,200 times 5, 6,000. And that is what we're seeing here. Major large permanent, 6,000 zenith. Major individual permanent, yeah. That's crazy. I've been running, yeah, right? We both discovered something new today. So those costs and progress required things are a bit higher than apparently we thought. Okay, well, good to know. Good to know. Again, would have been better. Would have been better if the game had actually spelled it out. There is enough information in the game to figure it out, as we just did. But it's not obvious. It's not obvious. We've just learned something new. All right. So large airship, Gatling golem, semi-intelligent floating weapon golem will act after the inverted turn, dealing minor physical damage. However, it's extremely loud, highly experimental. Enemies will spend an opportunity to disable it until the end of the scene. Cool. Mag boots, 1,000 zenith. Okay. Magitech suit. That's nice. See below. Pilot has resistance. Advanced four-legged armor, field of magic energy. Pilot has resistance to fire damage, physical damage. Pilot can use the attack action to use a searing hit. In the pressing power of this invention, the game master splits it into two separate projects: the armor itself and then its heat cannon, both with medium potency in the visual area, permanent use. The inventor had a flawed one of the project's vulnerability to bolt damage or to partially reduce. I was gonna say, like, how do they get that cost? Okay, but this is cool because lowering the cost also lowers the progress required, so that's good to know as well. Negator spike, range, okay, yeah, pure dust. These are only resistant to dark and poison damage for him. Yeah, this is solid. Pyro oil, single vast, highly concentrated fire damage, okay, in a vast area. Or large, rather. Consumable. Sleep gas, underwater helm, 1,000 zenith, magical mask, 1,000. Yeah, these are good items. These are good. This is good stuff. Good guidance. Again, my only complaint about this section is that could have been a little bit clearer how it's supposed to be based on these numbers here. Otherwise, though, yeah, it's straightforward. There's nothing crazy here. There's nothing absolutely crazy. And honestly, even with bigger projects, the time frames can extend. So, like something like this that requires 60 progress, for example. If you have a group, if you have a group, they're all helping. So let's say you get 5 progress per day. Now you're still talking about a month. That's a lot of game time. So my only worry about stuff like this, where it's like an entire you're thinking of an entire month to build something. I mean, it's not actually no. Now the more I think about it, the less I worry actually, because it's like, okay, cool. You're gonna need a month, so we can kind of just gloss over it. What is everybody else doing during that month? You know, you're adventuring, you're hanging out, you're resting. I don't know. Maybe you have little things of your own you can do. But it's gonna be a little bit of a balancing act to do something that's long term. Actually, sorry, wait. I'm not thinking a month. No, wait. 5 times 60. It's not that much. Sorry. It is. I did the math wrong. We're not talking a month. We're talking 5 times. No, it's still 30. No, it's. Wait, I'm thinking 5 times 12. 12. Okay, 12 days. That's actually a lot more reasonable. And the Tinker also has a skill that can reduce cost, but it will still take a while. Okay, yeah, no, which is understandable. But no, actually, wait. So this is not that bad, right? If your whole group is everybody's throwing in together, then yeah, you could probably pull something off like this in like half a month, in like 12 days. The biggest hurdle is in real life time at that point. Hey, Ron Robotics, welcome in, friend. Good to see you. And yeah. That's the thing. It's like you have to then, I mean, that's now a GM challenge, right? Now that's you as a GM have to, it's going to vary from time to time, but then you as the GM have to make a decision, right? Is this, like, the whole part is like, yeah, we're all going to work together, we're all going to build the discovery, and we're going to, and if we do it all together, then, it's still up to the dice rolls, right? Not every day might be a 5 progress day. But let's say we manage to do it. We manage to keep a steady progress of 5 a day. Maybe we hire some help to lower it down. So we're still talking like anywhere from 10, 12 days or something of just all in. Everybody is working on this. If that's the approach, then I would probably just have a few rolls, right? Have the rolls happen. Because my instinct at that point is to do as it says here, like an interlude scene, and just narrate the project's development. My only concern with something, I mean, again, it's a big item, right? We're building an airship, but we're still looking at 12 roles, 12 group roles, which means everybody on the table is rolling, and these are 12 collaborative roles. So just a lot of dice rolling happening, and so it's a little harder to keep exciting, especially since it's not like, oh, it's a pass fail. You're just trying to hit a number. So what my approach would be, honestly, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't do it here, but then that might complicate it. I'm thinking clocks. I'm always thinking clocks. Let's see, nods aggressively. If the whole gang on board, it's pretty simple to say, okay, this is the story. But if this is a solo project or a time-sensitive story, you might be stretching this across session. Right. And not opposed to stretching it across sessions. I'd get a valuable component behind a quest. Right. So I'm thinking at that point, because it's just not fun to me. It is fun to roll a bunch of dice. Okay, first of all, let's establish this. In fact, I need to here. Let's go over here just for a moment. I want to do something for you here. Look at this. You see this? This that I'm about to do here is a giant handful of dice, and doing this, that feels good. Yes. This makes me happy, right? But doing that just over, and then do it again, and then note down how many successes, and do it again, and note down how many successes. Just keep doing that until you hit the number of successes you need. It's not that fun. It gets old quick, right? And with building this ship, it sounds like there's going to be at least 12 rolls, and that's with the entire group helping. If it's just the Tinkerer, that's at least 30 rolls. Because by default, and again, yes, there are special abilities that Tinkerer can have to lower the cost. You can add a flaw to lower the cost further. The more you lower the cost, the fewer progress that you need. I get it. But like, if the Tinkerer is working alone right now, we're looking at like at least 30 rolls, assuming he makes all of them, because it's only really 2+, with assuming nothing else. Yes, that makes sense. 30 rolls, 1 per day max, at least a month. That's a hell of a Tinkerer that in a month they managed to build a discovery. I get it. It makes sense. But from a gameplay point of view, now what's happening? The Tinkerer is working on this. Is the Tinkerer, and so are we simply going to, and if the whole table's on board, it's fine. But at that point, then why aren't you helping with this, right? But if the whole table's on board, it's like everybody else is just going to have a little vacation in character. Maybe we're at a resort town. And I'd add in, if that's what happened, okay, sure, you're going to have to make 30 rolls. But we're also going to maybe run some interlude scenes where people like get to, be on vacation. Maybe. But if people go like, no, you know what, while this is happening, let's get something done. Let's, according to our map, there is a goblin camp 2 days from here. How about if while the Wind Tinkerer works on this, we go and take care of those goblins? Sure, right? But then the Tinkerer is out of the party, and all they're doing is like rolling once per day, so the party travels 1 day, Tinkerer rolls. Party travels 2nd day, gets to Goblin Camp, Tinkerer rolls. Party has a whole adventure at Goblin Camp taking care of goblins, and at the end of that, they hopefully survive and start heading back. End of day, next day starts. Tinkerer, meanwhile, had nothing to do with any of this. Rolls. Yeah, right? It's less fun, especially for the Tinkerer that way. There are ways around that. You can give the Tinkerer a temporary character or something, make him play a hireling that has joined the party for a little bit or whatever. There are ways around that, yes. But it's an effort. It's something that you have to think about for these. And it's a problem, really, it's not necessarily a criticism of this game. This is just like something that happens with the crafting systems in most games. As soon as you start introducing projects and things that take extended amount of time, then you have to think, okay, whether it's realistic or not, I'm running a game here and I want my players to have fun. And that's a really hard line to walk sometimes, especially with crafting systems, to keep it fun while still keeping a level of quote unquote realism, or at least common sense, that say an airship should take an extended amount of time to make, right? I would be more upset if you could build an airship overnight, right? Let's see. It truly let's see. Big projects are something that I run in the background unless it is pertinent for the story to continue. But then at that point, it's probably more of a GM issue than this one item is that important that you need to have it. Right. So for example, you're building the Discovery. Something like this. It's hard for me to remember which side the thing is on, but something like that is, what I can do here. Something like, there we go. This is it makes sense, right? It should take time and take inspiration from JRPGs, right? From actual JRPGs. Like the quest to get or build your airship is a big one, and once you have your airship, all of a sudden the world opens up. Now you have access to areas that you couldn't travel to before, etc., etc. It marks a big change. So something like this should be a lot more, right? Something like the Discovery should be a lot more than just a handful of rolls, and boom, you have an airship, right? This should be a quest. Like, you need special metals, you need a power source, you need to find some ancient blueprints, all these things. These are quests. These are things that the whole party will have to be a part of and do and come together. And then if you have all that, once you have all that, then you can kind of just go like, all right, cool. You finally get back to town, and now time skip. It's 30 days later. You've been working. Let's do the rolls, whatever. Let's do that. Let's go through the system. But, like everybody has recovered, and maybe we'll run some minor interlude scenes. What did everybody do during those 30 days? It is assumed that everybody worked on this project, but you weren't on it like 24 hours a day, right? You had an 8-hour shift on this. Let's run some fun little city scenes. And maybe you can even have a minor plot that happens in between during the city while you're still working on the Discovery. Something happens, right? You kill some rats in the basement of a tavern or something. Still makes it more of a story, still has time pass. And then at the end, boom, airship, world opened up, yada, yada, next part of the adventure. But the building itself is not the fun part, right? Like the just rolling 12 plus times, 30 plus times to build the airship. That's not the fun part of the game. The fun part of the game is the storytelling. So it's on the GM, I feel like, to make sure that you're telling a story, that the building of the Discovery is a good story, and not just worry about how many dice rolls and how many progress things you have to hit, right? I would at least take one step. I'm going to catch up on chat very shortly, and then we do have to go ads again. It's so quick. I can't believe hours pass by so quickly. So we're going to do ads very shortly, and I will catch on chat before that. But my last thought here is I would almost... I don't know if I would maybe want to home rule this to use clocks a little bit more, in the sense that I like the idea of reducing something like this. For example, the discovery, reducing this from 60 progress required to like a 12 section clock. And the idea being, and then make it a little bit more back and forth. Like there are things that could happen during the building of the discovery that might set that clock back. Oh no, you know, some of the stuff, there was a fire in the thing because we have enemies in town and they are sabotaging us, and now we lost a piece of clock and now we have to rebuild. You know, back and forth. It's like, oh no, we got a lot, we managed to fill. Like I don't know if I would necessarily, like, because that's the thing. Okay, now catching up in chat. Let's see. It truly depends on how committed Tinker is compared to the rest of the party, right? Movable Dan isn't real. He can't hurt you. I've always allowed crafting to persist between and around adventures. Yes, which is, you know, just good advice. And also, yeah, if you just roll back to back, or at least break up the monotony with a side quest for sure. If you roll back to back, then why even roll at all? Because eventually you will build it with no issues. Exactly. Big Lancer energy, to be fair, you're basically building a mech. Yeah, exactly. All that stuff, agreed. Like I said, the only thing I might homebrew that for some projects, like for something this big, rather than treat it as a crafting project, I would treat it as a quest in and of its own. I would probably prefer to handle it as a clock, in which case the characters can do all sorts of things besides just make crafting rolls. They can like do all sorts of things to move that clock along on the building of the discovery. I think it feels that it would be more flexible to do that than just the crafting rolls, while still having, you know, the Tinkerer be able to do more. But it does feel like, you know, maybe some level of tweaking. I think it's this, the projects thing. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's fine. I think it's much better than many crafting systems I've seen, but I still feel like for certain things, and I'm not sure the clock approach would work for something like Pure Dust or Pyro Oil, something that a good crafter can make overnight or in 2 days. You know, you can kind of keep it, but I feel like for stuff like this, like an airship that is going to basically, once we have this airship, the next phase of the game has started. Rather than treat it as just a crafting project, I would treat it as a full quest, as a full thing, and I would probably track that with a clock myself personally. That's probably. Anyway, talk amongst yourselves, chat, while we figure that out. And when we come back from chat for the last hour of today's stream, we're gonna look at some more group dynamic stuff, and finally, we're gonna move. Well, actually, we might. No, this is a different. It says press start, but it's a different thing. It's not the pre-made adventure, so we'll get to that. There is a non-zero chance that we won't even get to character classes today. Holy crap! Anyway, folks, bear with us. We will be right back after these ads, and then we'll keep diving into the game. Thanks so much for hanging out. I've really loved all the interaction in chat today. Hell yeah, this has been fun. We're not done. We'll be, as always, right back. And we are back. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. And Movable Dan is... There we go. Yes, there we go. I was a pixel. Anyway, folks, welcome in. Welcome back. We have survived the ad zone. Once again, we return from the land of capitalism back to the land where... I mean, it's still technically capitalism. Anyway, catching up on chat, Phoenix says, also length of time for crafting depends on setting. If I make a magic ring, is it the only one my character may ever have, or have I had 3 before and will have several after? And Robotic says, are we in a situation where time is a valuable resource? Are the changes the GM made to the setting, if any, compatible with what I'm crafting? Is the GM okay with how this changes the narrative? All important questions. Exactly. This is all good stuff. You do, yeah. It's all good stuff. That said, so I have a whole, I can go on a whole rant, right? You know, crafting characters and crafting character classes and crafting systems are kind of a special interest of mine. For no real reason, they just are. You know, and this is a common complaint. When I haven't looked at the character class yet, or haven't looked at the Tinkerer class yet here on this game. So if I say anything that is like, oh, the Tinkerer class in this game is not like that, cool. I don't know about it yet. So you know, but in other games, one of my big problems with crafters is that the crafter character, the only thing that makes them special is their ability to craft, to do the things, right? To create items, create magical items and stuff. If that's your only special thing, if that is the thing that sets your character apart, that they can create magical or techno-magical or whatever, they can craft items that other people can't. And so that's the thing. That's it. They're not necessarily good in a fight. They're not necessarily useful in magic. They can't heal. They can't think. Sure, with the right set of items, you're awesome, and you can do all sorts. You're in parity with the other character classes once you're all kitted out. But if getting kitted out requires months of in-game time and massive amounts of equipment and massive amounts of spending in-game currency and gathering items and stuff, just so and effectively in lots and lots of downtime, during which your character is not terribly effective compared to the rest of the party. They just have their abilities. You have to do all these things, put on all this effort, do all this stuff, to then hopefully achieve, at the very least, parity with, if not maybe a little bit more powerful than the other folks in the party with those items that you have. That is, to me, a lesser experience, a less palatable gameplay experience to play, playing a crafter under those circumstances. This game, again, I haven't seen the Tinker class, so I don't know if they fall under that whole thing where, other than being able to tinker and create items, they have nothing else going for them, or if they have other things that they can do. Because while the crafting times and everything it's reasonable. Like, what I'm seeing here overall is reasonable. It's not egregious. I don't think it's meant for a game, even with like natural magic, a natural magic setting. And let's go back just a moment, right? Because we have the 3 main sort of flavors of this game, right? We've got the high fantasy flavor, the natural fantasy flavor, and the techno fantasy flavor. With techno fantasy probably being the highest in gadgetry, high fantasy being second, and natural fantasy being more like, okay, the types of things that you're crafting are probably like potions and stuff like that. But still natural fantasy, it can lead to all sorts of big discoveries and everything too, right? So, the type of game that you're running, as Phoenix mentioned, will definitely affect how the crafting is handled in that. But still, like overall though, overall like the way I went too far. Here we go. The way this is handled, it's reasonable. I just worry a little bit about, like, again, the time investment and what is the rest of the party doing and how fun is it for everybody involved when you've got a long term. That's why, again, something that's super long term, super big, like something like this, like the Discovery here, I would probably turn that into more of a full party quest tracked by a clock rather than just a task only for the Tinkerer. The Tinkerer is still critical, and the Tinkerer can probably like do more to that clock than others. But, you know, let's see. Tinkerers are semi-casters that use IP instead of MP to use gadgets as well as have access to projects. They're about half gadgets and half projects. Dope. Dope. That's cool. Actually, it doesn't have to have more projects or a big part, but the gadgets are more of their identity. Got it. Got it. No, that's still overall dope. It sounds like the fact that they can spend IP instead of MP to use gadgets as well as having access. Okay, that's I like that. I like that. Again, it's something. So long as the Tinkerer has the ability to be something that makes them immediately useful in a pinch, yes. That's my main thing. So long as it's not that that somebody is how can I put this? Somebody is that basically they're useless in a pinch, right? They can only do these projects, and it's only after these projects are complete that they now have more capabilities. It's like, no, there is something that a Tinkerer can put together in a pinch, in the middle of combat, in the middle of action, or just we're trapped in a dungeon. We only have 10 minutes. What can you do? So long as they have something like that makes them useful and flexible in the moment, I'm a happy camper. And it sounds like they do, so cool. Excited to get there. Excited to get there. All right, let us continue with the gameplay. By the way, folks, it is 3 hours and 15. I usually stream until about 6 p.m. on weekdays, so we're got a little bit less than an hour left in today's stream. We'll see how far we get. If we do not finish, which we look at where we are in this book, we're not even halfway there. We will not finish today. But we will be continuing this tomorrow, Wednesday. Same bad time, same bad channel. So if you're enjoying this, there will be more tomorrow. All right, so let's go. So great damage, okay, safely, okay, cool. Safety tools, great. We're very familiar with this. This is just good advice in general. Player character against player character. There's some good advice. I'll read this calmly later, but this is good stuff to know. And again, this game is very clear that you're playing heroes. We saw that during previous streams, that this game kind of makes it like, hey, you're playing the good guys. You are playing the good guys. If your character is going to betray the group and go evil, sure. But then, as soon as they betray the group and go evil, give me that character sheet. That's my NPC now. Make another character. You're playing a hero. Nerd. Anyway, see secrets. Okay, so again, the guidance that players, characters can have secrets, but players, like, they should be open secrets out of character, because that helps create plot, that helps create storytelling. Again, it's very collaborative storytelling. I approve of that immensely. Leaving the group, okay. Again, if a character wants to leave, go absent players. We all have busy lives, and this means one or more people will be unable to take part in the session. This happened. The simplest option is often to reschedule the session. Scheduling, as always, is the final boss of all games. But yeah, okay, good advice. Again, how to play a session if they're not there. Okay, let's move on. Press start. So we did have the press start tutorial book that we saw. Let's see what it gives us. Okay, this is more like, now we're starting a full game without that tutorial. So it's the guidance. So session 0, before you start. Okay, so it's just, again, good advice on world. Okay, world creation. This is what we want to see. We have this all safety rules, your rules and challenge, explore things, set your tone, set your themes, commitment, expectations. Again, good guidance, especially for first-time GMs. World creation. Okay, here we go. Your first step in shared creation of the game world, also known as a setting, in which your character's adventures will take place. This process involves both the game master and the players and provides everyone with a strong foundation for heroes, antagonists, creatures, and events. You will need the world sheet and the map sheet. The flowchart on the next page describes the world creation process. If you want, give your setting a name, even something as simple as Earth, Gaia, or the planet. The planet will work fine. We do the same in our real world, after all. As explained on page 14, all Fabula Ultima worlds share some core elements, the 8 pillars. When creating your setting, keep those elements in mind. Pay special attention to the following. Souls. Everything living and unliving is connected by a stream of souls. Some worlds might feature machinery fueled by soul energy, while in other settings, spiritual corruption might give birth to monstrous creatures. Discuss what people generally know about souls in your world, conflicts and struggles. Cultures popular in your world haven't been able to unite themselves under a single banner. Their motives can range from centuries-old rivalries, ideological or religious strife, misunderstandings, perhaps even the cruelties of one nation against the other. Drawing inspiration from the real world can be a good idea, as it is, unfortunately, rife with turmoil and injustice. And a fantastical, diverse world. When creating your setting, you shouldn't concern yourself with realism, verisimilitude, or historical accuracy. A city-state inspired by ancient Greece might be bordering with a flying fortress, guarded by warriors clad in Song Dynasty-style armor, and practicing a form of alchemy similar to that of the Italian Renaissance. What really matters is for each location's appearance to reflect the themes and emotions it will embody within your story. Okay, so let's go to the flowchart. So 1, choose a shape for your world. Is it round, flat, or are the regions floating amongst the clouds? Could it be donut-shaped in typical JRPG fashion? You might even decide the shape of your world is yet to be discovered. Grab a map sheet that fits your concept or draw a custom map. Just make sure to leave plenty of blank space for settlements and locations. Your world can span more than one sheet, of course, but let's keep things simple for now. Remember to establish the length of a travel day on the map. See page 106. We saw that in traveling rules. What is the role of magic and technology in your setting? Are you living in an age of industrial development, or is it more Renaissance-like? Is magic seen in the form of science or mostly as a great mystery? Create the major kingdoms and nations of your world, mark their borders on the map, discuss their relations, mutual trust, strain alliances, or open conflict. Each person at the table should contribute at least one kingdom or nation. During this step, provide some details about the customs, beliefs, industry, denizens, and creatures. Discuss the major historical events that shape your world into what it is. Each person at the table should contribute at least one important event that dramatically altered the history of your setting. What are the great enigmas and mysteries of the world, the questions left unanswered, and the truths that are now indistinguishable from legend? What terrible threats cast a shadow over your world? Environmental disasters, furious deities, power-hungry empires, perhaps even clouds of corrupting miasma that are enveloping and consuming the land. Each person at the table should contribute a threat, preferably something that is endangering the future of entire nations. The Game Master will base the majority of their villains and antagonists on these worldwide threats. So world created. Okay, so we got some tables. We'll feel we use a table. Okay, so good. This is useful, especially for groups where like they can't really come up with an idea or something. Having some tables to roll on, that's pretty useful. Some names, historical events that you can do, and then group creation. So before we move on to group creation, because this is very simple, right? This is a pretty straightforward explanation. I actually expected to see a little bit more detail, but I'm not angry. I'm not upset at this. On the contrary, like this is good. This is a good core concept. I'm guessing maybe the GM section has some more guidance, but this is a good core concept for the game world creation. The only reason, I think it's a good match for the type of game that we want to. The only reason I feel a little weird about it is because, and here I want to show you something. Let me open up. Here we go. Boop. So let me. Bear with me. Where's the app? Here we go. So if I go here. So I've been looking at Microscope. This is another indie game. And Microscope is, what is Microscope? Microscope is an RPG about world building. It is a world building RPG. The whole thing with Microscope, you don't roll dice. You're just building a world, building a history. And so there's a process to it, right? You have cards and you create bookends, then you create sort of a palette of things, and then you start doing, this is the first patch, you start adding periods between the two bookends of history, and then you add events to those periods, and they can be positive events, negative events, stuff like that. And then from there you start, you go around the table and you're building things, and it is, there's a more of a, there's a process to this, right? It's back and forth, and everybody is pulling out, and basically by the end of it you're going to have a fairly detailed, wide-ranging history of your world. And so for a second I was looking at that Fabula Ultima thing and going like, what if we did instead of because here's the thing, like, instead of what we've got in Fabula Ultima is you're building by committee, right? You're all putting together the ideas, but it's all community oriented. Microscope does this thing where it is sort of like working in community up to a point. You do build on each other, but technically you don't collaborate. Every player has a certain level of how can I put this? A certain level of discretion and power within this. There's no GM in this one, right? This is everybody at the table has equal creative power. So you can kind of declare something, and that's it. Like, when it's someone else's turn, do not coach. Explaining the rules is fine, but don't suggest ideas. Like, everybody has to do their own thing for certain parts of the game. And the point of that is that, as I said, if you collaborate and discuss ideas as a group, you'll get a very smooth and very boring history. If you wait and let people come up with their own ideas, they can take the history in surprising and fascinating directions. It can be hard to sit silently and watch someone think, but the results can be awesome. And and then there's a role-playing aspect, of course, because it is still a role-playing game. You can kind of like make history, you can play out scenes within, and there's a guidance for that as well. I actually want to go through Microscope on stream properly at some point. But not today. Today we're still focused on Fabula. But anyway, I bring up Microscope because going back to Fabula Ultima, the way Fabula Ultima does it is very much like collaborative all around. That looks adorable. You should check out like Run Robotics, Microscope, and there's a Microscope Explorer expansion that adds a lot more stuff. It's really good. It's really good, especially for world building. That's what I'm kind of hoping to do with the D&D group that I'm doing session 0 for on Thursday. I'm hoping, again, these are D&D players. They're not really interested in playing other games, and I get that. And you know what? They're willing to pay me to run D&D. Sure. I am not above taking your filthy D&D money. But I'm hoping, and I get the vibe that I'll be able to do this. I'm hoping to be able to during session 0, as part of it, play a game of Microscope with them to create the history of the D&D world that we're going to be playing in. I really hope I get to do that. So all of that to say, you don't need to do Microscope. You don't need to do the full Microscope treatment for this. But I can see a session 0 Microscope session kind of fitting into this with some adjustments, right? Like, in Microscope has this thing called the palette, and the palette is basically things that players want to see and things that players don't want to see. And the things that are in the pro side of the palette are available for all players to pick from and use, but you're not married to them. You don't have to use them. And the things that players don't want to see are just don't want to see, period. And nobody is allowed to pick those themes or topics because they do not want to be seen, right? So a modified version of Microscope that takes into account the 8 pillars and takes into account the map sheet a little. So as you're creating that history and these events and these things, you're able to tie them to specific places on that map. Could be fun. It would be more of even more like, it's a slightly different approach, because right now based on this, it's very collaborative, right? And it's going to be a design by committee, and that doesn't necessarily mean Microscope painted it as outright negative, and not necessarily. It's specifically the design by committee. So maybe you don't need to go full Microscope on this, but you can take some advice from Microscope. And when you're going through the world creation steps of Fabula Ultima, you might want to take a little bit of guidance from Microscope and make sure that the players have the opportunity to create things that are wholly theirs. You want them to get a little weird, and you want it to not necessarily get smoothed out by the committee, right? You don't want people mellowing out a little. You want to encourage weird shit, basically. You want to encourage people to take chances with their world creation and with their history, because with Microscope making that point that that there is a part of this world building, this history building that we're doing, in which the individual player is going to have full freedom to do something, to add something to the history, without any input from anybody else. Not a suggestion, not a yes, not a nope. Just like, all right, I got an idea. Cool, do it. Like, I can see collaborative things and going like, oh, make it even better. But there is also a level of like, if every idea I put out is going to be taken by the group and mixed and changed and rearranged and adjusted, it comes to a point where it's no longer my idea. Sure, now it's the group's idea. Sure. But it's gonna vary depending on the. I don't know. I'd have to see how it flows. I think depending on the group, if you find that somebody is getting shut out, or if you have a group where you think there might be a shy player that doesn't feel comfortable putting out, then maybe a more Microscope approach where you like are able to give players a little bit more control could be. In any case, it's something. It's something to keep in mind. If nothing else, look at Microscope, take inspiration from it, because it is a game dedicated specifically and built specifically around world building, and I think it's got some really cool stuff to say. Not saying replace this with that, but take some guidance from that for this is kind of what I'm thinking there. Oh, let me reload something here. Sorry. Are we good? Yes. Okay, we are good now. What happened here? Let's see. This looks adorable. The group can create a world and then gift it into your narrative hands. The chronic world building. I was sold on the concept. Yeah, like I said, Roundaboutics, look up Microscope. It's been around for a while. There's at least one expansion that I know of. And I do actually want to, one of these days, take Microscope out for a spin on this stream properly. But I think you'll like it, especially as a chronic world builder. Like it's a fun time. It's a really approach. I've done it a couple times for other games. I've played it just on its own, and you end up with some really interesting histories that you end up really wanting to live in. Like, it's like, oh man, I've played games of Microscope that have left me like sad that I don't get to play in that world, because that's it. We created the world and now we're kind of moving on. That's how good it is, though. That's how good it is. And yeah, I love the idea, the group creating a world and gift it into your narrative hands. Exactly. So that's kind of part of what I'm trying to do on Thursday. And also because, and this is something that not just Microscope, but Fabula Ultima seems to do with this collaborative world building, is that player investment, right? It's not just, oh, this is the world that the GM created and that's it. But it is like, oh no, I know that mountain range. I was there when we came up with the idea of the mountain range where the psychic Balrog lives, Like, we're invested in it. There's a group that's our mountain range and our psychic Balrog, not just, the one the GM made up or the one that was in, the adventure module that we're playing or whatever, So I really like overall. Again, what's presented here is great. No complaints. But my only thing, and that's just me, it's like I'm curious to see how a more microscope style approach to this would go. But that's it. That's just like I just spent like half an hour ranting just to give that one thought that curious. I'm curious how it would go if we approach it that way. That's it. That's it. I'm very efficient at streaming. I'm very good at this. um, so group creation. Okay, let's see. Unlike the creation process for your game world, the group creation isn't particularly structured. In fact, it's mostly about establishing the fundamental themes of your early adventures. When you select the group type, you're saying, hey, this is how we want to explore. Okay, actually, we like this concept. This is how we want to explore the world we just created. We really like our shared story to mostly focus on these aspects of it. This is a good idea. The longer you take, the more time you have to cover Fabula Ultima. I mean, yes, right? This is just how we do. Like, what I think when I was looking at Exalted Essence, that was like 2 weeks to get through that book. And Fabula Ultima is not a small book. It's taken, but this is week 2. This is week 2 of Fabula Ultima. And this is going to be a short week because, again, I will not be streaming on Thursday due to the session 0 on D&D. And then Friday is going to be working on my game again. But that's not going to be the schedule forever. Again, I have not established the final day for that game yet, so it's just this week that it will be down one day. Are we going to be able? I mean, we're clearly not finishing it today. We barely hit the midpoint today. Does that mean we'll be able to finish it tomorrow? I'm gonna say probably not. Probably not. So, Fabula Ultima might actually extend it to a third week, just because of how this week is working out. I can live with that. I'm having a good time. All right, so I like this idea. That we are establishing a type of group for that early on. So let's see. Brought together by fate, and then we got some tropes and some questions. Guardians, when the player is chosen one, person tasked with a mission and would change the fate. The group sworn by duty or choice to protect the chosen one. So classic JRPG tropes. Here's the resistance, revolutionaries, or seekers. That's really seeking for something. All of these are classic JRPG groups. All of this is fun. Give your group a name. If you're a game master, treat the step as a precious opportunity to learn what kind of situations, stories, and exactly. That's why I like this more than really what it gives the players. I like this because of what it gives the game master, right? The facilitator. I like that because anything that tells me what the group, what my players want to see within the game is good. Is good because I am an enabler of awesome. I am here to give my players what they want. Maybe not in the way specifically that they think they want it, but hopefully in a way that will delight them, right? That is my goal. I was going to say my job, but no, I want to say it's my goal as a GM is to go, okay, I know my players want to have a crazy space adventure in which they meet different types of aliens and maybe are able to set them up one against the other. Okay, cool. I know they want to do this. Now it's on me as a GM to work with that idea and make it interesting, make it unique, make it memorable, make it fun. But it's certainly better than working from a pure blank page. So I like this for that reason more than anything else, because it gives the GM a little bit more guidance on what to add to the world, especially for a game like Fabula Ultima, where it's very specifically designed to not be pre-planned too much, right? It's supposed to be very general, very very flexible, and very much you're following the characters' plot and characters' action. The characters and players are not following the GM's plot, is what it feels like this game wants to achieve. Let's see, character creation. Got some blank character sheets. Time to create player characters. Hooray, finally. We got to character creation 20 minutes before the end of the stream. Grab some blank character sheets. Character creation for a series of steps. Okay, so which honestly we kind of already went through in the tutorial thing the first day, so we can kind of skip because we know all this stuff. We saw how to determine all of this Or at least we saw sample characters with this predetermined. So now when we actually look at everything else, we'll understand it a little better. Yep, definitely GMs can put out their own general ideas, but it's up to the players to help flesh out the world. Exactly, which I love, because again, if the players are the ones fleshing out the world, then that's just built-in player investment into the world, and the more invested the players are in the world and the story that is being told, as a rule of thumb, you're going to have more fun. Players that are invested tend to have more fun. Create your identity. Okay, say it will influence. And to say it will influence each and every following choice would be an understatement. Character's identity is a short sentence that quickly summarizes how they see themselves. Yeah, so solid. Let's see, identity. Oh, so you have some. Okay, cool. I like this. Not necessary, but always good to have a couple of tables to roll on for when people can't come up with ideas. In fact, let's. Oh well, no, I don't have it. It would take. Sure. Let's roll some dice. We're not going to be able to see them, or I guess I can just. All right. Let's do this back and forth. Oh boy. Okay, so first, here we go. So let's roll for our core concept. I'm gonna roll a. Oh, no, that's not. Don't want to roll that die. That is the David dice. There it is. I knew it had snuck in. Found it. Look at the die. I don't know. Wait. Can we? What's it? Is it? Oh, here we go. Wait. Why is curses just up all the time? Hey. There we go. If it's gonna do, it's gonna do like this. Curse you all. That's how it should be. I don't know why it was really. Anyway, this dice should not have snuck in with the rest of them. Yes, that's a D1. Also, why does this stay stuck up? God damn it! I broke something at some point. Anyway, yeah. So let's not roll that die. Let's not roll that one. Let's go. Okay, I know this one's a regular die. There we go. Can we read it? Just barely. All right. Let's see. So let's roll for our core concept. Okay, so that's a 2 on our core concept. So switching back to the game. Let's see. So 2 is roll or choose. So that's the first one. It keeps doing the curse thing. Oh my god, I need to fix that. All right. All right, so we are in this table. So now we roll again, and now we roll a d20. So back to the overhead, and let's see here. Grab me a d20 from the bag. Skeletor has no chill. Ooh, my big chonker d20. Look at that big boy. Ooh, that's a big solid metal dice. All right. I do have to stop doing that, but I won't. I'm there like, oh, Dave rolls so bad. And now I'm realizing maybe I just keep giving him the wrong dice. Anyway, let's roll the big pretty chonker. And that is a. These are actually kind of hard to read. It's very big, but it's kind of hard to read. Is that a 17? Oh, come on, focus. Yes, okay, that's a 17 that we rolled. So with a 17, we go back to the game. So we start with our king or queen. Holy shit. Yep, it's 17, definitely. So the king or queen, and now we roll for adjectives. So let's roll another d6. Let's see here. Originally, I had a thing where I could roll 3D dice on my screen, and I haven't fixed that yet. I'm just to keep running out of time during my day, so I should fix that today. Okay, so we got a 6 on the d6. So that takes us to 6. So this table, so now we roll a d20 again. Let's go. All right, big old chonker. Roly. That is, I believe, a 10. Yep, that is a 10. So the big chonker said 10, which means that is a young king, a young and detail. No d6 roll, just another d20 right away. Let's go. One last big chonker. Oh boy, almost rolled off the table. Is that a 20? Yes. No, wait, no. Yes, it is. It's a d20. Yay. Nat 20. Oh, you know what dice I should have been rolling? Wait, where is it? Do I have it around here? Oh, wait. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. I have to find you because you're a good dice. Oh, dang it. All right, I'll find it. Bear with me. Anyway, Nat 20. Let's go. Game. So, of the Sacred Flame. Okay, wait. Young of the Sacred Flame? No, the young king of the Sacred Flame. That's a concept. That's a concept phrase. The young king of the Sacred Flame. That's not a bad randomly created concept. That tells a story. What is the Sacred Flame? Why am I a young king? Are my parents alive? I mean, I'm a king, not a prince. What happened? Am I an exiled king? Am I fighting to get my my kingdom back? What's going on? Like, that tells a story. I dig it. I'm down for that. Hell yeah. All right, give me a second. I'm trying to find something. Here it is. Okay, wait. We're doing an aside. And sorry, this is just gonna be me showing off a toy. All right. I had the D20. I had the fancy D20. I've got this. Do not look up what these cost. Once upon a time, I had money. That is not true anymore. But during that time, I was able to back some Kickstarters, and this is one of them. This little guy, it has its own case. See how that lit up? Look at that thing go. That is a pixel dice. This is the I think it's Galaxy, I believe. I've also got some. I actually have a full set coming in from when I backed this, but the full set hadn't been ready, so they did send like the extra D20 ones. But basically, when you're rolling it, it's doing that, and when it falls, it does a little thing. That's a 12. And then if you can actually program it, so for example, I have it set, so I'm going to do a 20 on purpose. Let me just find the 20. Okay, so if you want to do a 20, do roll, and 20, it does a little celebration with colors with the 20. And if you roll a 1, no, that's a 7. No, if you roll a 1, there we go, 1. Oh no, red flashes, bad news. So, and it has Bluetooth and it talks to your phone. I'm not going to set that up now. That's the dice I should have been doing to roll this anyway. I forget that I have this funky little dice to show off. So I do show it off. There it is. Anyway, I just needed to do that. I needed to share the fun toy. That's it. I just forgive me. I have toys and I like to play with the toys. That's what I do. Anyway, the young king of the Sacred Flame. Hell yeah, we've created a character. That's it. I don't even know what else. Actually, no. You know what? As we go through this, let's kind of make this character. So the young king of the Sacred Flame. Let's see what we can figure out about this guy. Let's see. Choose or create your theme. So each player in Fabula Ultima is defined by a primary theme. A strong ideal. I mean, we're not going to get too far in this today. We have 13 minutes left at most in today's stream, sadly, which is a shame because I'm having fun, but I do need to wrap up, unfortunately. So we won't get too far further in. I don't think we're even going to get to maybe no, we're not going to pick a class because I want to go through all of them before we properly pick. But we'll probably narrow it down. All right, so let's see. So choose or create your theme. Each player character in Fabula Ultima is defined by a primary theme, a strong ideal or emotion driving their actions and choices. If you had to build an entire scene around your character, their theme would be its dominant focus. If this is your first character, it's strongly suggested that you pick your theme from the list below. Otherwise, you can create something new and unique. Okay, I like that. That it does have the flexibility to have themes outside of this list, but also, again, for new players, it's nice to have a list to pick from, and also just in general suggestions, right? So, let's see. When you choose a theme, describe how it applies to your character. What's their ambition? What duty are they bound to? Who will be the target of their vengeance? Okay, so I'm thinking for the young king of the Sacred Flame, maybe vengeance, maybe guilt, maybe duty, maybe belonging. Okay, so let's go through them. So vengeance is the easiest one, right? If we no longer have a kingdom, right? If we are trying to avenge our kingdom, it's not even reclaim our kingdom, it's avenge our kingdom, right? The kingdom of the Sacred Flame no longer exists. And we are We are its lone surviving king, and maybe there are people from our kingdom spread throughout the land, refugees, and so we are here to take vengeance against the evil empire that destroyed our kingdom, our otherwise peaceful kingdom of the Sacred Flame. That's the most easy and obvious choice, I think. But if we went with hope, hope is not a bad one for that. You are the young king of the Sacred Flame, and your kingdom is either destroyed or in trouble. You have set out on a quest, hope, trying to find something or someone. Maybe there's an ancient prophecy or something that we are following that will bring peace and wealth and prosperity to our land. And so our theme is hope. We are hopefully traversing the land, trying to find the ancient artifact that will bring the rains back to the kingdom of the crimson of the the Sacred Flame. Right. That's another option. Guilt. What if the fall of the kingdom was somehow our fault, or at least we believe we are? Like maybe in standard JRPG's reason, it's probably not entirely our fault. There was probably a vizier involved, right? Viziers are always up to no good. Never have viziers. If I ever become a supervillain, which is not impossible, right? Right. Then if should that happen, we will not hire any viziers. I'm sorry. All right, viziers are just gonna fuck you over. That's just what they do. A lifetime of reading fantasy novels has taught me viziers are no good. Never get a vizier. But, maybe we didn't know that. Maybe the young king of the Sacred Flame didn't quite get that. And he followed the advice of his vizier. And, well, the kingdom fell and now we're guilty about it. Or belonging. Belonging could be interesting. What if we are from... this kingdom of the Sacred Flame is not a real kingdom, right? Maybe we are some kind of religious figure or cultural figure. Maybe that's a title given to, definitely name several important enemies, Vizier, in your fantasy games. Yeah. I mean, Viziers are just, they're just no good. They're just no good. But belonging. So what if we are some kind of religious leader or figure or cultural leader or figure, and so we are again traveling and adventuring, maybe to learn about things, right? Maybe it's one of those classic things where it's like, oh, I have to complete a pilgrimage or a travel across the 7 kingdoms before I am ready to assume my throne. And this quest of travel involves visiting 7 shrines in each kingdom, that sort of thing. So belonging could be a good theme for something like that. That's 4 options, and I honestly like all of them, right? All of them have possibilities. I think I'm going to roll a d4. Do I have a d4? I probably do. I know there's some in the triangle agency bag, but I don't want to open that right now. All right, let's go to the overhead real quick. Let's go to the overhead. Let's get us a d4 and make a choice. Do I have... Okay, here we go. I knew I had 1 d4 in here at least somewhere. Let me put these back in the bag. I have so many dice. I mean, that's not a complaint. Not a complaint. All right, so that's it. No, that's... Wait, did I put away the d4? Yes, I did. This is... Okay, that's a regular d4, not an all-ones d4. I have one of those too. Wait, why is the camera kind of like this? You should be... Oh, there we go. That's better. Yes. All right. I have 2 d4s. Okay, well, I only need 1. Let's see. So it's going to be... Belonging is 1. Guilt. Oh, I had originally, I think, taken duty, but nah, I don't care. I mean, duty could be, but I like belonging, guilt. So belonging is 1, guilt is 2, hope is 3, vengeance is 4. Let's see. Let's roll a d4 and see what we mean. 3. So that would be hope. How do I feel about hope? Hope is we're trying to rebuild our kingdom, not take vengeance on it, not take vengeance for our kingdom, but maybe rebuild our kingdom from a hopeful side, not an ambition side. We're trying to bring back something magical, something unique, something special, something that no longer exists, but that we still represent and that is still core important. That sacred flame. We are the young king of the sacred flame. Yes, I like it. The sacred flame is hope. Oh, the sacred flame is hope. Got it. Cool. I like this. I'm having fun, and this is just solo. Imagine this with a group. Just like with your identity, pick something that will prove useful in play, and remember that you will be able to change your theme over the course of the game. Vengeance could be okay, all right? Or choose or create your origin. All heroes come from somewhere. This is their origin. Might be a humble village, a great city, or even something more fantastical, such as a palace in the depths of the ocean, the moon surface, or an entirely different solar system. You may pick a location that's already present on your map sheet. Okay, so we have presumably the kingdom of the sacred flame. We've established it's not a religious thing; it's a kingdom. It's an actual thing. It's a culture. Maybe there's some kind of nomad culture that could be interesting, right? The sacred flame could be a nomad culture, and being their king is kind of interesting, culturally speaking. I like that. So we come from this nomad culture. So our origin is the sacred flame, but that means there's no one specific place. We belong to this people. We belong to these people, and that is our origin. That is where we come from. I like that. Okay, fantasy region. Fabula Ultima, your character species and heritage has no mechanical impact unless you wanted to. Perhaps the identity is that of a fallen elven prince. Some of their class skills can be explained as a consequence of their unique anatomy or bloodline. Yeah, sure. I mean, good. But it's also like, hey, I'm not cool. Yeah, you want to play a fish person? Let's go. You're a fish person now. Nothing needs to change on your sheet. Let's see. Choose 2 to 3 starting. Choose 2 to 3 starting classes. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Your character begins play at level 5. This means you will have 5 levels to distribute among any of the 15 available classes. Your character must have at least 2 classes. Okay, so when I said multi-classing is required. Oh, that's very okay. All of a sudden. Because now, for example, the Tinkerer, sure, maybe the Tinkerer doesn't need to have too many, because I can take a level in Tinkerer, level in like Fury, mix up. Okay, Final Fantasy job system. Yes. So you'll have 5 levels to distribute among any of the 15 available classes. Your character must have at least 2 classes when they begin play, with no more than 3. Okay, so 2 or 3. So let's see. Arcanists, summon magical avatars, some ancient godlike entities. Already, I have an idea for Arcanist. Chimерist, also. Darkblade, not so much. Elementalist, Entropist, Fury, Guardian, maybe. Lore Master, Orator, for a king, could be useful. Rogue, Sharpshooter. I love being a sharpshooter. I don't think the young king of the sacred flame is a sharpshooter. Right, you can't have more than 3 unmastered classes. You master a class and you reach level 10. Okay, cool. Sharpshooter, Spiritist, support your allies with magic and cast light spells, maybe. Tinkerer, as much as I love Tinkerer, I don't think this character is going to be a Tinkerer. Wayfarer, be a master explorer and join forces with a loyal companion. Or Weapon Master, excel at melee combat. Okay. So we have to wrap up stream very soon, but where I'm leaning right now, either Arcanist or Chimерist, with a dip into Spiritist or Orator, or maybe Spiritist, Orator, and one of these 3, and one of these 2. Because I like the idea of the sacred flame being one of these ancient godlike entities, and as an Arcanist being able to effectively channel avatars of the sacred flame. But I want to see what that looks like once we get to the Arcanist part. Otherwise, for a nomadic traveling class, or people rather, and culture, a Chimерist would be an interesting approach, right? As travelers, they meet and have to deal with creatures from all manner of different lands, because they travel to all manner of different lands. So learning spells and skills and powers from those different creatures makes sense for that type of character. Meanwhile, a Spiritist who supports allies with magic and casts light spells, a Sacred Flame, sounds very much like some kind of spiritual light healing. It has those Sorry, it has those themes. So Spiritus could be good. And for a king, I like the idea of a king that is basically a servant to his people. And so having the king's magic be sort of support magic is attractive to me. But also the king could use, orator. Use your words to gain allies and influence conflicts, right? A good king should be able to influence conflicts, to use their words to inspire and to motivate and to do things. So both orator and spiritist kind of make sense with what I'm doing. So either, like right now I'm leaning towards spiritist, orator, and either arcanist or chimerist. And splitting the levels, probably 2 in arcanist or chimerist, 2 in spiritist, and 1 in orator, because we are starting, we're still level 5, right? But we're still the young king. So maybe our oratory is not yet where it needs to be for us to really be seen as the king. Like we're growing into, again, I still think there's probably a history. Something happened to our parents. I like that approach. Chat, let me know what you think. If you have ideas as well, but I like that. I think that's where we're leaning towards right now. Maybe when we get back to this tomorrow, I will have changed my mind. But overall, I think that's where I'm leaning. And also, no final decisions until we actually look at the classes and see, because I've been hurt before, right? There's classes in other games that I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I'm gonna pick that up. Penumbra City and your gunslingers, I'm looking at you. But like you might think, and then you guys are like, oh, this is not what I expected it to be. So I'm not making any final decision. 3 spiritist, 2 orator seems vibey as well. Yes, it does. So what time do I start tomorrow? All right, well, good. That's a perfect timing for posting my schedule, which is actually technically incorrect because it says wait, did that happen? Did that happen? Maybe not. I don't know if that button actually did the thing. My schedule normally, I think the button didn't actually do the thing. Is that broken? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's wrong. It's usually 2 to 6, not 2 to 5. I really need to update that. I don't know why it's taking me so long to update that. But anyway, my usual stream times are 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm on Eastern Standard Time, New York City, from 2 to 6, normally. So I will be back tomorrow around 2 p.m. Also, tonight, I will be back around 8 p.m. Eastern to play some more Moonring, just a couple hours before bed. Chill, hangouts. If you don't know about Moonring, it is an old school classic CRPG, but it's new. It's made in 2023, but it is spiritually kind of an old school classic, like the old Ultima games. I'm really enjoying it. Been playing it for a few days, and just before bed, it's a good time. So if you have nothing better to do around 8 p.m., come hang out again. Also, if you haven't followed my socials, there they are. Please do. That's usually where I announce if I'm about to start streaming or if I've just started streaming, and also occasionally just post about random shit because it's my personal account. So, it is what it is. But folks, I do need to wrap up, so let's take it back to the intro scene. And folks, thanks so much for hanging out. I really had a good time. Run Robotics, King Pine, Potato, I know you had to leave early, Phoenix, everybody else on chat, thanks so much for hanging out. I actually had a really good time today going through the game, kicking ideas back and forth. King Pine, I really, really appreciate the advice and everything else. I hope you can make it back tomorrow. Even if you can't be here at the beginning of the stream, definitely if you can pop by. I really appreciate your insight on this game so far. So you can tell I'm really enjoying it. I'm really excited to see where we go with this the young king of the sacred flame that we are creating. So let's see where that goes tomorrow. I will be back. And again, as before, quick heads up, Thursday, no stream as I have something. And then Friday, back on the schedule, working on my own game. So if you have any curiosity about what that looks like, I will be doing that as well. Otherwise, folks, thanks so much for hanging out. Whatever time zone you may find yourself, I hope it's a good one and you're having a good time within it. If you can make it tonight, looking forward to that. If you can't, no worries. I will be back tomorrow. And until then, have yourselves an absolutely wonderful time zone wherever you are. And yeah, King Pine, I hope you can make it. And if not, I do this most every day. So I'll be back. So no worries, no pressure, but very much appreciated if you can. All right, folks, have a good one and goodbye.